wind and the howls of wolves in the distance, you feel quite happy to finally be out of that hellhole. Mm. And the house has just become silent. It had literally tried to kill you as you escaped, and as you stepped out of its final doorway, you noticed that a huge flash of light occurred within, and then suddenly everything was quiet, and the whole scenery around you, the whole house itself, seems to have basically jumped in time. It's now back to a much more realistic, old, decrepit looking house. It's no longer alive. It definitely doesn't feel as inviting, and it seems as if rightfully so that it has been abandoned for centuries. And so now you're outside, and Ostor, you feel a sense of relief, both coming from you, but also from Rose within you. And you can feel her sense of a sense um, of peace that she's longed for a very long time. Feels as if she's woken from this never-ending nightmare. And before you, um, before you all, you see the formation of two apparitions, that of Margaret and of course Thorn, that appeared before you. And at that moment, Sakura kind of leaps out of your body, Ostor, and rejoins
What?
with them.
You mean Rose?
Sakura? I think you mean Rose.
Sorry, Rose. I'm sorry, Rose stepped out of Ostor.
I was like, oh no, have I been inside him this whole time?
Inside
Oh my
Chris,
gosh.
inside Steve. No. So, yes, sorry, Rose steps out of Ostor and goes to join Margaret and her brother a few feet away. And they turn around, and they both, Margaret says, "Thank you. You've sacrificed so much to bring peace to this family. Fam- Peace we've longed for we can't even remember how long. Um, what will you do now, may I ask?"
Kick more ass.
Okay.
Well, that's one answer, I guess.
Anybody else?
I if it's what you would like, we could lay your bodies to rest.
Oh, okay. So Margaret definitely responds to that. You see a smile on her spectral face, and she puts her hands to her chest, and she says, "Oh, thank you, Viv. I think we all long to finally put this all behind us and find peace and rest in quiet eternity. But um, whatever happened to Walter? Where's that lovely child? I miss him so."
Uh,
Oh, that is a tough question.
does
Osthor?
not it?
He was the source of the curse. So unfortunately, when we laid him to rest, that is what disrupted everything.
But you can
Eloquently
see
put.
you see a sad face. You see sadness fill Margaret's face, and Thorn kind of pulls on on Margaret's spectral robe, and he goes, "Does this mean we'll never see our baby brother again?"
Oh.
And and Rose turns to you, Ostor, and says, "Well, you and Sakura," and he says, "But you have all of our remains, correct?" Now, who was holding on to the remains of baby Walter? You don't mind me asking?
I
Um.
remember somebody picked him up, but who is that?
I believe it
Yeah.
was Sakura.
Yeah. It was probably me.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah. Okay. Of course,
All
Sarkis.
right,
She's
I've
carrying
been-
all the loot, all the gold, and the shit ton of bones.
She's strong, okay?
I
I'm
am.
carrying the emotional burden. Thank you very much.
Wow.
I'm carrying broken ribs.
You and me both, bud.
All right, so what do you do now? I mean, so initially, Talia, you were the one who deduced a potential conclusion to this, right? A form of a ritual that you felt based on your limited knowledge of curses and based on what you've witnessed within the Durst Manor. You felt that there was a way of potentially bringing a true peace to, well, not just end the curse, but bring true peace to those afflicted by it, right? So, how do you want to proceed? You're the one who has the knowledge.
I'm the one that has the knowledge. That was a while ago. What the hell was everything?
Sure, that's fine. Why don't you? That's perfect. Let's roll. Let's warm up with an intelligence check, please. Just basically roll your stats on your character sheet.
Okay.
And put it to public so everybody can see it. That's fine. If it's whispered, no big deal. I'll give the result out. I'll say it aloud. But there you go. Look at that dice roll. Perfect. Okay. All right. So you definitely remember. So what you remember is that as long as curses are deeply connected to people and places, therefore breaking the curse you need to maintain that connection, but you need to still find a way to separate the evil that caused the curse from the people while still maintaining that location. So what you inferred is that as long as the remains of those afflicted are buried outside, but not out too far off from the location itself, but away from the source of evil, it should, in theory, bring not only an end to the curse permanently, but also potentially free the souls that were afflicted by it. So your conclusion was that anywhere within the threshold of Durst Manor, you could lay the remains there, bury them, because the only way to put, I mean, remains to rest is to bury them. That's the only way you know to do it. It could be burn them also. That could be an option. But you need to lay them to rest in some way or another.
Does the manor area have like a front gate? If so, I'd say we could probably just bury the bodies close to the front gate.
Sure. So what I can do is I can show you Death House. The house is right here. Let's have a look at this beautiful house.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Okay, do you guys see it?
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
We
cool.
see
Very
it.
cool.
We see
Okay,
the
this
house.
is a very poor depiction of it, but it's the one in the actual book, so we'll use that for now. So yeah, as you can see, there's the front gate there. And that led to the vestibule, which led after that the following double set of doors led to the main hall, where you had the stairs, and dining room, and the den, and all those areas, right?
Mm.
Okay.
So that would be as close as a front gate. The only other gate beyond this is the one on the property of the Durst family, right? The one that basically you locked when fleeing from the wolves, right? That's the
Okay.
only one. So I don't know if this answers your question. This is the gate to the house. Then otherwise there's the gate to the property, which is further back. So where you want to put the bodies? Do you want to burn them? Do you want to bury them?
I think we should bury the bodies.
Okay.
We should bury them. We should bury them a certain distance away from the house. I don't know, like how far we should go.
Yeah, unfortunately, I remember you not rolling high enough to know that level of detail on your religion check, but you do get a sense that, yeah, if you bury them somewhere, it might work. You're not 100% sure it will, though. You're not a priest, or you're not you don't specialize in lifting curses. You're not a witcher.
Mhm.
So, You're the one who roll. You decide, I guess, unless somebody wants to butt in.
I don't know shit.
I'm just.
Oh, how do I remove the show players?
Hmm? Oh,
Once I show the player something, they always see it.
yeah. We see it
Well,
here.
I can close.
can-
Like I was able to close it myself.
Yeah, I can close
Like
it.
I was
Yeah, but
able.
there's a
Yeah.
but I've got a dot next to it saying that it's not visible to everyone, and I don't know how to remove that.
Oh, I don't see what you
So
guys are
good to
seeing.
know. Don't give access lightly. Okay, go ahead. Like if I screw up, I'm screwed pretty much. Okay, go ahead. It's Death House. It's good. Actually, what I could do is give you access to the whole Death House if you guys can want to see it, just for kicks.
Oh.
You guys ever want to revisit Death House? If whatever reason you want to do that, if you're crazy enough to do it. But hey,
No, thank you.
Uh,
I'm done with this.
Nah,
Nope,
nah,
Nope.
nah,
but say for
Chief,
example,
nah.
We're
say you
good.
want to remember.
My Death House.
I
We
know, but
are
what's
good
cool
to
is that
go.
sometimes it's fun to kind of revisit maps to see how it compares to what you had in your mind.
Yeah, I had
So,
my brain was empty. I'm a very bad visual abstract visualizer.
I see. So maps are good for you then. So
Yes, because
yeah.
without maps, I was like,
Okay,
smooth brain.
well, there you go. This is good for you. So, anyways, maps are there. If you ever want to see it, I'll give you access to dungeons you've cleared. You now have access to whatever use that is. But hey, you want to revisit that house in the future? Be my guest.
Nope.
This ain't it, Chief.
Not bloody likely.
Okay.
Not bloody
Well-
likely.
You might have to if you don't lift the curse. So, how are you
Oh
guys gonna do
shit.
this?
Wow, no
Oh.
pressure, right?
No pressure, right? So, how do you guys go about this?
Um,
I
definitely say we
did send you
bury
a
the
whisper,
bodies.
Paul.
Yes, you can whisper me. Oh, you whispered me?
Yes.
Bad. Okay. Okay.
sus.
Look at you guys. Okay.
Did I?
I'm trying to think, like, how far away should we bury these bodies? Like, how far is too far? We don't know this.
I mean, is there like a swing that they played under? I don't know.
Wait, did
A
we
nice
already
big
ask about the
tree?
graveyard? Or if there was one?
Is
A graveyard?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, I don't think we asked about
Is
one.
a graveyard's technically hallowed ground, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't be cursed.
Yeah, but the question is there one around because they have their own family crypt? So, like, what's the need for
Right.
graveyard nearby then?
Oh,
The
yeah, that's a good
townsfolk
point.
or the
Well, when you
non.
guys look at
parts of the family?
windows from within, you didn't notice any graveyards outside. That's for sure.
We could ask Rose if
Yeah. Rose, where should we bury you guys?
Okay. Sec here.
Dark Lotus says 200 paces away.
All right, start counting, guys. Okay.
Everybody run away.
Okay. So, Ostor, she responded to you.
Next to the oak tree near the main gate, they have fond memories of that tree.
I'm not sure if you guys remember when you ran towards the Durst Manor, there was a tree that kind of was near the border of the main gate to the Durst Manor. It was a bit further down the road, so maybe like about 60 feet away from the main gate, and but you guys didn't go towards that direction. You just went into the gate to run away from the wolf pack. So there was an option that if you guys had continued and you had eluded the wolves, you could have met Thorn out there. And there's a whole story with Thorn, and he was kind of stuck on the other side of the gate. You guys would have to get him on the other side, and he would have had you climb on the other side by climbing the tree. Which branches kind of pass over the gate, so you can kind of climb on the tree and then reach on the other side onto the Durst property proper. But you guys didn't go that far, and you found a way to open the gate, right? It's more for players that can't unlock the gates, that you don't have a designated locks picker or a guy with enough brute strength to break the gate. But you guys have both, so the gate was no problem.
Yeah, the gate was
Best
easy.
of both worlds.
Right.
What? There was a gate? I don't remember a gate.
Wasn't even there for that session.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there. Shoot. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, but there was a tree there, so that's would likely be the tree that Rose is referring to.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys head over there.
Sure.
So
Sounds
it's
good
not
to
exactly,
me.
It's not exactly 200 paces, but it's in the ballpark at a not amount. So you guys walk direction to the oak tree, and you pass in front of the gate that you've entered. That's still sealed with. I think you guys seal it with a crowbar, and after you decided to go pyromaniac on my wolves there.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's
Remember that?
right. Oh yeah.
Pharaoh
The wine
dropped
pouring
poured her wine on it and then lit it on fire.
Yeah, I remember I put a note myself. Do
I'm
not give
sorry,
too much alcohol
wolves.
to these players. They're crazy with alcohol. They do all kinds of shit with alcohol. Every fight you guys are in, you
I
guys
mean,
pull
we
wine
have
out.
a drunken master.
Yeah.
I know,
you
but everybody's pulling wine out for the crazy shit. I'm like, why are you guys pulling out your wine and using it in battle?
Hey.
Drink the goddamn thing.
It worked.
It works,
I know
okay?
it did. Okay, so anyways, by the way, the gate's still locked. The crowbar is still there. Still
nice.
locked. And what's interesting now is that as you walk towards the gate, you notice that the mist has rescinded. Before, right, when you were looking out of the manor, you couldn't see far. The whole manor was kind of like in its own, like, it was completely isolated from the rest of the world. As far as the eye could see, you could see mist around it, and you couldn't even see the Svalich Road. You couldn't see the woods, and you couldn't even see the gate to the manor itself, to the property. So, but now, as you walk towards the gate, you see it appear. So you all get this sense of relief that finally you seem to be really out of this nightmare. It's not just out of that house. You're free, so to speak, right? You're not home, but at least you're out of the freaking house. But anyways, so you see the gate, and a few paces down towards the east, you see a oak tree that kind of like slumps against the gate to the property, and it's this stone mural, this high stone mural that goes around the Durst estate. And you've got this huge oak tree that over the years, over the generations, has grown so big that it's kind of like, stumping into the stone wall, and branches they grew on the other side, so you can easily climb on the tree and hop over the gate, if you will. So this is you get a feeling also that this is the gate, this is the tree that Rose was referring to.
Okay, yeah, this sounds good.
Alright.
Okay, so once you guys reach the tree, what do you do?
Anybody
Well.
got a shovel?
Sakura, you're the strong one. Dig.
Use your
Wow.
axe.
My
Okay.
axe.
I'll
I'm using
Eldritch
my
Blast.
ass for this.
I'll Eldritch Blast into the ground to loosen it up.
Okay, roll damage. You
Woohoo!
might have to roll an attack roll, but we don't really care about the attack roll.
Yeah, I need a. Okay, spells.
This is a good warm up. This allows you guys to warm up too. There you go. And just click Eldritch Blast again, and you should get the damage.
Sicky.
5.
Okay, so 5 force damage as you blow dirt away. It all explodes in front of you. Still, it would be a very shallow grave at this point.
Oh, is that actually 7? Yeah. Wait.
Why
Huh?
is it 7?
Isn't that where it says Eldritch Blast? Didn't I roll a 7?
That's
It
Oh
says
no, that's
5.
7 to hit. Okay, never mind.
but we don't
Yeah.
care.
Warm
about,
up.
we don't care about It's okay.
I didn't
Yeah,
see
this
the
is all
maps.
warming
Or,
up.
I didn't see the roll, so.
Oh yeah, did you activate your dices, Steve? Because I don't see your dices. Go into the cog at the bottom right, top right rather,
Okay.
and go to graphics. Is it graphics? No, dice options.
Dice options?
Yeah, and click everything.
Oh,
Oh,
Click it all.
okay.
no.
Got it.
Now we'll see your dice rolls.
Yes.
Oh,
That's what I need.
so screwed.
Go at it again since this is a shallow grave.
Sure,
and
sure,
that's
sure,
gonna-
sure.
We'll see your
So
dice rolls.
anyways, I started
Blasting
blasting.
again.
Sakura's in the way. I'm just gonna move her. Okay.
Right.
Cool.
And then
She's
is
the
that
dice is ended right behind Sakura on my screen. Okay.
Oh.
4 damage.
All right, perfect.
Damn.
Okay, so that's a bit better. So yeah, you've got one shallow grave done.
God.
Being laid to rest there.
Shallow grave. Wow.
Margaret?
Margaret's remains? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so you put Margaret's remains there, and then
Can't we just
she,
dig some
her
more?
remains are.
Make it a little bit deeper and then just shove them all together?
You want to put all the remains together?
I could blast some more.
All right, roll a couple of rolls.
So
Critical
anyway,
hit. Look at
Wow.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
There it is. That's 13.
it. Look at this. This
Wait,
guy's
plus
blessing
7?
No.
That's 20
10,
damage.
14,
Is that
24.
enough?
Yeah, that's one nice grave you got there. One shot. Perfect. Okay, that's 2 graves.
Okay, one more. Come on.
Well, in theory, you got 4 bodies. Right?
Rose, Thorn, and Margaret, correct?
And Walter.
And Walter.
Ugh, that's right. All right, so new grave. Oh, shoot. We did 12 damage.
Yeah, 10 damage does a good grave. So yeah, okay.
the
Do
last
one more
grave.
for posterity. 6.
6 gonna do it for a baby. So there we go. Doesn't need to be as deep as the others, right? Baby. Okay. All right. So you got 4 graves. And so what you guys do with the remains?
I'm in.
Put them in. Okay. Sakura's doing it.
Do you have anybody that's pretty much clerical, sort of?
I can roll a religion check.
Do what? Do what?
I don't know.
What's the point of-
Nigel would be really
To bless
good at
the
this sort of
grounds,
stuff.
I guess.
So you guys want to kind of like make a? You guys want to have some form of ceremony, or
Just say a few words.
yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Or something.
A funeral
Could
of
I-
sorts.
Could I like cast Sacred Flame on the ground?
You're gonna burn the
As the
bones.
word-
You're gonna kill them forever.
Has the word
Burn
sacred in it.
Sacred Flame's not the solution to everything else, though.
I'll do it on the dirt.
But first, what you guys should probably do is fill the dirt, like put the dirt back. Right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, for
cover
the
them up.
graves.
Yeah,
We should probably cover them.
Oh, do we have holy water?
I have wine. You can bless it, I guess.
Well, holy water's already blessed.
True.
I think
I don't have
I think
any.
I have holy water.
Do you?
Believe
So
I
No.
who's putting the dirt back? Anybody who does it does an athletics checks for me real quick.
I'll do it.
All right.
Athletics.
Just flap your wings.
I'm gonna just do that.
fly away.
Oh my gosh. Never mind. This was a bad idea. I have a -1.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
You've somehow dug a deeper hole.
And then fallen in.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
All right. So try as she might, Sparrow tries to push dirt along with her talons, and yeah, it's gonna take a while. You might need assistance.
That was a bad idea. You guys shouldn't have agreed to this.
Help the poor bird.
Yeah, I can do it. Hold on.
Stick to the air,
Let me-
girl. Dirt's not your thing.
No, dirt's not my thing. I'm gonna fly away right now.
All right, hold on. Let's see.
I'm kidding.
Oh, da, da, da. Let's see if I did this right. I got an 8.
That's right. 13,
Or 13.
13 total?
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's a little better. So Sakura, as she pushes the dirt back into the graves and covers all the bones. As you cover the graves, each one at a time, right? The specter of that person kind of appears right at the head of the grave. So say Margaret, followed by Rose, Thorn, and then eventually baby Walter, a little baby.
Oh.
And then all 4 of them kind of come together in the center, and you have Margaret that grabs Walter, the spectral form of Walter, and you have Rose. I'm gonna stop doing that eventually, I swear. Rose and Rose and Thorn, they join in, and they're all together, and they all turn towards you and thank you for laying them to rest.
Oh.
All right, so everybody gains 100 XP
Ooh.
from completing that portion.
Wow.
Where do I put that in my character sheet?
First, core at the top right. Your sheet,
Ah, core.
core is your sheet. Yeah.
Yep. And then, how much? 100?
100.
100. Everybody gets
Okay.
100. Yeah.
So 33.25.
Yep.
Sweet.
33.25.
Oh, meow.
Oh, what happened to the
Then,
wolves?
as you were all taking in this really nice moment, suddenly something happens.
No.
Is
The
it Greg's
mist-
spirit?
The mist starts
Oh my God.
surrounding, violently and quickly surrounding the spectral forms of the Durst family.
Oh no.
And they slowly all start to fade away into nothingness. And as this is happening, you hear the spectral baby Walter starting to cry. And you hear Thorn
no.
also panicking and crying. And Margaret holding Walter and trying to calm the kids as best as she can, but she looks around in terror. And then you have Rose that turns towards you and says, "Something's wrong. Something's
No.
keeping us from moving on." And as Rose stretches her hand towards you, Astor, they all 4 of them vanish into nothingness. And
No.
then the mist just dissipates. And then there's nothing.
What does the house look like?
The house is fine. It's inactive. It's as you left it. Nothing happened. It's like they were
Aw,
swallowed by the
man.
mist.
Right, the
You
mist
lose
is our
100
enemy.
You all lose your 100 XP. No, I'm just kidding.
Did
Wow.
All right.
I have a question? Did the house reset? Is that what happened?
The house is just as you left it when you left.
So
When
it's
you
not cursed
exit it,
anymore?
so it's. Oh well. Okay, so one of you can roll me. Someone can roll me an Arcana check. Somebody else can roll me a religion.
Okay. I'll roll religion. Llama, you
I'll,
can roll.
I'll roll the
Arcana.
Arcana.
And on that note, it starts raining because, of course, it starts raining.
Of course it
Right, after
does.
the mist. It's not rainbows.
That's the Arcana roll.
I did 13 on religion.
10 on the Arcana.
You have -2?
Who's got a -2?
15 on. Wait, hold on.
Wait.
Oh, I see.
Because I see 12.
Osthor got 13 on religion,
Oh, it's +1. Okay. Oh, okay, I see.
and
Yeah, the colors.
yeah.
I thought Talia was the one that's yellow. It's not. Okay.
Ah.
My
Well,
mistake.
Sakura, I mean, so sorry. I'm seeing only. Why am I only seeing Talia and Astor here? I'm not seeing everybody's rolls. I'm only seeing Talia and Astor. Is that normal? Only you two rolled?
Yeah.
Yes.
For
For the
For
Arcana
this.
and the.
Yeah, for the
Arcana
Arcana
religion.
and the
Oh.
religion.
Okay, just making sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So Talia, you don't sense as if there's anything in the air right now. There's no magic currently in the air. Unlike when you first stepped into the grounds of Durst Manor, you definitely did feel there was something odd. There was definitely some form of magic in the air, especially as you got closer towards the house, right? But now everything is empty. There's no magical essence. You don't feel anything in the air. It's as if everything is really over. And Ostor, as far as you can tell, I mean, in terms of religious rites, this is everything you're supposed to do to lay these souls to rest. It's You've done everything right as far as you're concerned. You can't see what you could have done differently. Well, you could have done things differently. You could have, for example, instead of burying the remains, you could have burned them. It would have done.
Mhm.
It would have pretty much done the same thing. But respects were you've buried the remains with respect, laid them to rest, far away from the source of the curse, and on hallowed ground, on familiar ground, so within the threshold, so you don't see why this has happened. You both look at each other puzzled, not quite understanding what has happened, but you definitely feel as if they're definitely haven't passed over to the, they're still somehow trapped. Where and how, you don't know. You don't know where they're trapped, but it's clear that none of them has passed over and might not have found peace.
Well, that's depressing.
Well, I'm glad I didn't bury Greg.
Jesus Christ.
This is not the time.
Nobody
But just so you
cares
know-
about Greg.
I thought about it.
But just so you guys know, none of you have ever seen this or heard of this before, especially from where you come from, right? In Faerun, this is not something that you've ever witnessed before. Then if I look at your DMs, am I going to lose the stream?
No, you shouldn't. You
No?
just have to don't minimize it. So Alt Tab.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Why can't I see you? Did you send me a message? No, you didn't. Okay.
No. I
You
can't
didn't send
open.
me anything, right?
No, I haven't. Not through Roll20.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. All right, so now what do you guys do after that happy note?
Uh,
Happy note.
burn the house down? I don't know.
I'd like to
I mean,
launch
we
an
can totally
Eldritch
do that.
Blast
Yeah, yeah.
at the house in spite.
Sure. Roll an attack roll. Roll an attack roll for Eldritch Blast.
Then
All right. So you fire a wave of force energy at the house. Damaging the front gate.
Eat that.
Suck it up, Buttercup. There you go. Anything else? Anybody else has some anger they want to vent out?
I'm just petting Rufus. You
Rufus
don't
is
have to go
gone.
in there. What? No.
Wait,
no,
what?
no, Rufus, Rufus is
Are you
there.
kidding?
Holy
Please say
swear
you're
to
kidding.
God.
No, Rufus is still there. Rufus is real.
Okay,
Unlike
okay.
Greg.
You meant Greg. Good.
Yeah. So Rufus is a little sad.
Should
He
we
should
go
be
ahead and
happy.
short rest here?
Yes, I guess. Wait. How are we doing?
Sure, if you guys want to have a rest. But did you guys have? No, you guys did not have a rest. You just escaped the house. Yeah, you guys can
Yeah.
definitely go for a short rest if you want to.
Yeah,
Are we
I could,
taking an hour
I
or
could
taking
get my
10
key
minutes?
points back.
Let's just go ahead and do an hour.
Okay. You guys find shelter because of the rain or
Yes, that barn where the kids were.
Yes.
Oh.
barns?
Oh yeah.
All right. So you guys hold up in the barn, and other than the rain and the occasional howl of wolves in the distance, the chilly wind, there's nothing that happens. For once, peace and quiet. So feel free to roll. You guys can heal up if you want. If any of you want to use some hit dices, you can use a medicine check or a medicine kit rather, or you can roll a medicine check. If you don't want to use a medicine kit, up to you guys. Nobody's healing?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a hit
I
die.
definitely need to heal.
I'm taking a hit die.
This is
Wait,
good
this
practice.
isn't
Remember-
long rest though, right?
No,
Correct.
short. You guys are doing a short rest. Short rest. That means you can roll your hit for hit. You can use your hit dices that you have. And I think for hit dices, all you have to do is just click on hit dice on your sheet, and you'll roll a hit dice for you.
That's right. No, I
Make sure those are public because I need to see them.
yeah.
Oh, so we can use our hit dices, correct?
You can, yes.
Do we
But you
use
also-
a medicine kit?
You can, or
Charge?
you don't. You don't have to. You can if you use a medicine kit, and there's no rolls required. You can just use your hit dice. If you don't want to use a medicine kit, then you have to roll a medicine check, a wisdom medicine check.
It kind of sucks because on D&D Beyond I rolled a 6.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm gonna
Sorry.
take this then.
How many uses of our medicine kit do we have left?
We have 4.
so sorry. Sparrow, are you using medicine kit because you didn't roll a medicine check? So did you use some of
Oh.
that medicine kit?
I did the hit dice.
Yeah, but to use to be allowed to use the hit dice, you have to decide whether
Gotcha.
you're
Right.
using a medicine kit to heal up or yeah.
Okay. Medicine check.
I would like to use one use of our medicine kit.
Okay,
Okay.
can I assist
You-
with each of these?
You know what? Let me
You can
just take a
assist.
potion, I guess.
You
Well,
want to use
we
a
have
kit?
the healer's kit, so we might as well use it.
Well, for the healer's kit, I don't have to roll, right? That's just a free use of my hit dice.
Yeah, you don't have to roll any check. You just roll the hit dice. Yeah, that's the advantage of using a kit. There's no rolls that you need to do.
All right, so yeah, let's just use the kits, guys.
Okay. That works.
Okay, so one use is on Sparrow. She heals 2 hit points.
Sad.
Sorry.
Womp womp.
All right, Talia, you can roll. Awesome.
5.
Ooh, that plus 0. Oof. Believe in the dice. Believe in the dice.
All right.
Remember, you guys can click on your tokens and add the number in the green section, right? Click on your tokens, or you can change it on
yeah.
your sheet. It will reflect on the token. It doesn't matter.
Oh, you can
You don't
change it
have
on the token. Didn't know
Yeah.
that.
During
I
our
changed it
short
on the-
rest,
Sheet.
I
Ooh.
would like to motivate everyone about what we've just gotten through and give them some temporary HP.
Ooh.
Nice.
So everyone will gain, let's see, 4 plus 3, so 7 temporary hit points.
7.
Nice. So you guys can put that in the red bubble on your token or in your temp HP on your sheet, but it should be in your bubble. And that red
Let's
bubble.
see
That
if
should be your
that-
temp HP.
Yep.
Sweet. It
You said
reflected.
7 temporary?
Yes.
Yes.
It's 7 temporary.
Okay.
Oh, why does Sparrow have 24?
7
Good
plus
job.
17.
What?
I had 15, and then the 2 health from my roll, and then the 7 temporary from. Right? Is that what you?
Where did you get 17 temporary hit points from?
No, 7.
7.
She had set.
Oh, I just added it. It's not supposed to be added.
No, but where did you get the other source of the temporary hit points from? Is my question. So Steve, Ostor just gave you 7,
Mhm.
but where does the 17 other temporary hit points come from to make it to
My
24?
real HP.
Your real HP should be in the green.
Yeah. So it should just be 7 in the temporary, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's correct.
I misunderstood.
Okay, no worries. This is why we're doing this. This is a good warm-up.
Mm.
Yeah, and the blue bubble, which I should be the only one that's able to see it, is your EC, obviously. So
Oh, okay, I see.
yeah, that's for me. That's for my purposes. But you guys
Sweet.
should only see your health. I don't think you guys should see the numbers either. You guys should just see your bars. All right, and you've got your status ailments on top of your characters. Those are the little black icons. Those are just for my purposes, but really, you guys are all wounded. Some of you are slowed, which is the snail. Some of you have kind of disadvantage on your skill checks, which is the guy with the arrows in the back.
Oh, those are
And-
arrows. Okay.
Yeah, and some of you have, what else? Half heart is half HP. It means you're bloodied and therefore can succumb to wounds.
Well,
And Ostor's got a skull, which means he's cursed. Not cursed. I mean, not cursed. I mean, he means he has a sorry about that. He got
Maddening?
a madness. Yes. He had a
yes.
Madness. Okay.
Well, now
That's
that
a
I
lot
got
of
a skill
statuses.
slot back, I did want to cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Yeah, sure. That's a good practice. Go to your spell and you can cast your spell. Oh, look at that! How beautiful that is.
Wait, what is that?
Wow.
1, 1, 2, and whatever your modifier is.
Wait, I rolled d8s?
Yeah. Cure wounds is always d8s.
Did I get 2 ones?
Yep.
Yep, you got 2 and 1 1. Sorry, buddy.
You rolled 2 on 1. Congratulations.
That's just like me rolling a 1 with my D8.
What?
So get all the bad rolls out now. So we're good
Deuces.
later.
Get all the bad rolls out now while we're trying to
Yeah.
heal.
Oh. I guess that was counterproductive.
I am at least above half health.
Oh my
Or
gosh.
I'm above half health.
Perfect. Okay, so you're no longer bloody? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. I'll remove
That's
that.
funny.
That's good. Perfect. There you go.
We should just spend the
One
night
left.
here to get rid of the exhaustion.
Well, that's not
Just
gonna-
get
I'm
rid
gonna
of the
be-
exhaustion. Period.
And then
I'm gonna be
Interpol.
exhausted.
But first,
Oh wait, we can rest.
I
in
need a
the
cleric to
carriage.
get rid of my
Wait,
exhaustion.
We didn't get
Just so
to
you guys know,
carriage yet,
the exhaustion is because of your wounds, so resting won't.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not gonna do shit for me.
And remember, if you guys keep your wounds for too long, they worsen.
Oh,
Right.
Great.
they
One
Fester.
level of exhaustion
Great.
Cool.
becomes a 2.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
ride
that's,
in the
that's
carriage.
awesome.
Let's go.
I love that for me.
Yeah.
Love
Well,
it.
These are Ravenloft realistic wound rules. So if you guys are wounded, it's bad. You guys can die from them. People die from unattended wounds.
There's nothing I can do.
I know. Sense of hopelessness.
Oh
So
my
to get rid of the wound, we have to heal the same amount or higher than the damage dealt that caused
In
the
one
wound, right?
shot. Like in
In one
one
shot.
shot. Yeah.
Or you have somebody that's skilled enough in medicine, in the medicine skill, to roll a medicine check equal to the damage.
Yeah.
was the
And I need a 23 and a 21.
Yeah, those are pretty high. Yeah, you need a very good medic for that. Like you need a very good doctor.
Is it a D100
I mean,
or is it?
if I rolled a 20, I
No.
can't help you with the 21.
It's a D20.
Yeah.
D20. Well, you roll your medicine check. So if you're skilled, medicine's
Oh,
wisdom, so it's going to be you just roll medicine. It's one of those skills.
I gotta.
If
Oh,
you're trained,
can I say the
you train
number?
in
Medicine, I'm not trained, but I do have a high modifier. Never
wisdom.
mind.
Yeah, high wisdom.
Yes, I'm a very
If you-
wise bird.
Yeah, so you're probably the person who knows the most about medicine here.
Even if I'm not trained. Well, I am a
Yeah,
monk,
every-
so I guess.
No, you don't have to be trained. In 5e, anybody can use any skill. Like, it's just train means that you'll have a higher score, obviously.
Gotcha.
If you're
Oh,
prof- if
because
you're
it's
proficient.
plus proficiency.
Plus
That
your
makes sense.
proficiency,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
Should I
All right.
try it? Or
Yes, anybody wants to try to, yeah. So who do
I
you want to
will try
bandage?
it.
Whose wound
Sakura?
you want to bandage? Which wound? Because she's got a scarred face from acid, and she's got, I
Yeah.
think, a blow to the head that's
Oh,
causing a huge amount of
I've got a 20. The Scarface is the 23, and then
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
the blow to the head is the 21.
Okay, so I probably will have a higher chance to get you up with the lower one.
Yeah. 23
Because
is.
I'm gonna
so
need a
high.
nat 20 to get your scar off your face. So
Right.
okay, let me
I
try.
remember how much damage is my wound? Wasn't it like 20?
I thought it was only like 12.
Oh my god!
I don't remember.
Are you kidding me?
You somehow smacked
You
me in
made
the
it
head. Ow.
I think it's because he just got out of the house. Like Sparrow's not normal yet. She needs more pets and snuggles from Rufus.
Sparrow pulls out her spear, and she's like, I'm just going to relieve cranial pressure. Don't move.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
my
no.
goodness.
And you take one extra level of exhaustion. I'm just kidding.
No,
Oh my
don't
God.
do that.
No.
I was gonna
So-
shit myself.
Join me.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I could try a medicine check.
Wait,
Or
please don't shit yourself because I do not have predestination
Oh,
anymore.
no.
You don't have predestination anymore? Oh.
No, I swapped it out.
He was tired of
you
shitting
probably-
himself.
yeah, we're gonna
No more
start smelling you now.
Yeah. Nobody shit their pants anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
Oslor, go
Especially
clean
before
yourself
dinner.
up, dude.
I cleaned myself up, guys.
Yeah, but dude, also you should have kept that spell because now because of your insanity, you have to always stay clean, right? So
Ah,
that's your current insanity right now. You have to stay
Wow.
clean. Yeah,
Well, you fucked up, bro.
because going inside Walter.
Story of my
kind
life.
is crazy. Yeah. Okay, so who's doing a medicine check?
Another
So wait,
person.
no wait.
Can I
Paul,
do it again?
How much damage caused my wound? Just so I know for sure. I don't remember
yeah.
how much damage caused it.
Yeah, give me a sec. I have to go back to my notes.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was only like 12, but
Don't
But I
forget,
might be thinking
I got critted. Don't forget.
I might be thinking of Osthor that has 12 for his wound.
Okay.
Because he's also a little fucked up.
Let's see. Talia, it's a bludgeoning wound, 21.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you're.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, we're both.
You have broken ribs, my friend. Yeah.
What about me?
We both need a miracle.
What was mine? I don't remember.
I mean, I can.
Yours?
Do I? Wait.
Yeah, Sparrow.
I have
Yours
one,
is
right?
13. It's 13.
13. Okay.
Oh.
I could try a medicine check on myself. I'd have to roll a 20 though.
Yeah,
Can we just keep
she's got
doing
a
medicine
bit of-
checks the whole ride to the castle?
No,
It's like-
no. You guys get one medicine check each. So let's
Okay,
start,
well, I'm gonna go ahead and roll my medicine check since I haven't gone.
He's gonna roll, everybody. He's gonna roll.
Where is it?
Oof.
Are you fucking kidding me,
Ooh.
bro?
By the way, guys. By the way,
All
by the way,
right.
Oh
guys,
my gosh. What the
Uh,
heck is with
got
our
to-
rolls tonight?
guys, by the way, you're all rolling with disadvantage because you got a wound. You have 1 level exhaustion, all of you. So
It
I
doesn't
mean-
even matter if it's all one.
I'm just saying, roll with disadvantage.
To see if we get that nat 20?
No, I'm not gonna humor you here.
So we should have been rolling with disadvantage this
Fine,
whole
I will
time.
actually do it for Paul.
Yeah, everybody has to roll with
Oh,
disadvantage.
well,
Actually. Yeah, so 8 is not gonna cut it, obviously. So, yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna roll my medicine check and just see what the hell we get.
And nope.
Womp,
With a-
womp, womp.
Oh, right, the 9.
I
Do you-
guess
do you
I
want me to
can roll
re-roll
mine
my
even
second?
though.
Sorry.
Sure, why not? Go ahead, Sparrow. With disadvantage.
Where's
Oh.
medicine?
My computer works.
Welcome to the healing
Oh,
portion of the
that's-
stream, everybody.
12,
Roll it again, though. Yeah.
12 and 12, of course. Oh my god.
Oh, it's 15. It's 15, though.
Oh, because it's a +3. Ooh.
Yeah, you're fine. So you succeeded. Okay.
Yay!
Okay. I'm gonna roll. What?
Somebody succeeded at 9.
So how do
What's
I get
that,
rid of this?
What's Osthor's wound? How much is his?
I just need to take a bath for one of them, but I
What
also
about
have
that thing?
15 for the other.
You got two. You have 2 wounds. Yeah, you have one that's a crushing wound, which is 12, and the other one's yeah, you were drained. Your life force was drained, so that's 15 for the life drain, 12 for the crushing.
Okay. I can try to heal his crushing then. I probably won't, but why not try?
Give it a try. See what happens.
And I did disadvantage allegedly.
Ooh.
Ugh. Wow.
You sure did disadvantage.
Sorry about it. I accidentally brushed her head with the tip of my axe.
Gave him a haircut.
Shrug emoji. Sorry about it,
Alright.
bro.
So Sparrow, you're free of all ailments. You no longer
Nice.
wounded, and you're no longer have disadvantage on your ability.
Oh, yay.
Wow.
Lucky
So
you.
all the status elements, right? That one. That's gone. Oh, you
So,
got
but now,
you
so
took
now your
them away.
skills.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I took them off. Yeah, so now your skill checks can be rolled regularly now. No more disadvantage.
Yay.
Yep. Okay.
Huzzah.
So everybody rolled. Unfortunately, everybody else rolled.
Yes.
Okay.
I
So as you
think.
guys are kind of patching up, you hear something very peculiar in the distance, and it is. Where's that thing? Oh, actually, do I'm gonna do this. Where's it? You guys hear the front gate, not the gate of the house, but the faraway gate of the actual estate open. What do you guys do? You can't
Go
see.
investigate.
Okay. So you all go investigate?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Why
Okay.
not? What's the worst that could happen?
Don't say
LOL.
that.
Do not say that.
All right.
Oh
so
my
you
God.
guys slowly move forward. I guess Sakura's in front as usual.
Yeah, I'll be in front.
Better be in the front.
Get thee behind me, squishies.
To your surprise, all of you, the gate is open, and right behind it, on the road, lies a black carriage with 2 black horses. that looks like this. Do you guys see it?
No.
No.
Oh wait.
No.
Oh,
Nope.
No.
show players. I'm clicking show players. Why isn't that working?
Show me the horses.
Show me potato
Show me
salad.
the carrot. Ooh. You got any
Let's-
potato salad?
Hez loves potato salad.
I do. I really do.
Potatoes. Yum yum.
Yum yum. Eat 'em up.
What's going on?
Potato.
Show players.
Maybe you're also rolling in that one on show players.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. In players' journal.
You have no power here.
Okay, you guys should all see it now. If you go into
No.
your journal, if you go into your journal,
Go
Oh,
to the
sure.
journal.
you have blood.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Oh, yep. The black carriage.
Spooky,
The
scary
journal?
black carrot's gonna take us away.
What journal? Where journal?
Oh, if
it's
you
the
the little
notepad.
newspaper.
Oh,
It looks like
okay.
it's right next to the chat bubble. It's like a
Alright.
newspaper, kind of.
Yeah. If
Oh,
not,
where
I've
did
got
it
it
go?
on screen. I've got it on my screen. If that helps, but it doesn't. Yep.
Oh,
So
it popped out. That's why.
there you go. And as you stare at it, the door to the carriage just opens, and sitting there in the bottom, at the bottom of the carriage, is a box, slightly opened, with a small letter in an envelope. That's kind of halfway tucked in. What do you guys do?
Can someone maybe check out that carriage to see if it's magical or cursed?
I could.
do that.
Or if it's booby trapped or anything?
What do you want us to roll, Paul?
What do you guys exactly do?
Maybe you could help each other since you have disadvantage.
I need to know what you guys do.
We would like to investigate the carriage before getting into it to see if there's any booby traps or if anyone can detect any magic or
Okay. So who's looking for booby traps and who's detecting magic?
I'm detecting magic.
Okay, so roll an Arcana check.
I'll
for
look
me.
at booby traps.
Do a perception check.
I can assist one of them.
Sure.
How about Osthor? I'll assist him.
Okay, well then.
Oh.
Yeah, if you're assisting him, then his roll would have been with normal. So, Astor, roll. Yeah, roll. I guess roll normally. Let's just reroll.
Okay.
My roll would be a 15.
Gotcha.
13.
Nice.
13. Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's my bad. I should have specified with advantage or disadvantage or normal. Okay. So, Talia, you obviously you have to get closer to the carriage in order to, right, look for booby traps, right, to see if there's
Good
anything
boy.
dangerous. Is that what you do?
Yes.
So you move slowly closer to the carriage. And after a few minutes of peering inside underneath the carriage, you go walk around. You even take a look at the horses. The two mares are fairly composed. They're not frightened by you, and they obviously see you, but they don't react in any way. They just stand there, completely composed and calm. And you don't notice anything out of the ordinary here. It's just a really black, well-appointed, well-crafted carriage. And it looks really comfy inside. Red, velvet,
Comfy.
cushions, red seats, and there seems to be some very tantalizing fragrances coming out from that box, not just a letter. And as for you, Astor, as you try to sense around the carriage, you don't sense any form of magic.
This carriage is normal.
Well, you perceive it as normal.
Right.
I perceive you being a total jerk right now.
Here's what, but here's what I can tell you, Astor. Here's what I can tell you, though. It is odd that there's no magic because, first of all, the door opened by itself. Second of all, the horses have no rider.
There's no driver. Yeah.
There's no driver.
Oh
on
yeah,
this thing.
that's very odd.
So that is very odd. So, but the fact that you can't sense any magic, you're not too sure what to make of that. Could be concerning, or maybe there is no magic, but then these horses are really intelligent and they somehow can move things with their minds. That's
These
the
horses.
other possible theory, which is a little weird.
Wow.
So you can't really explain as to why this can happen. But no, you don't sense any magic.
You said there's a box, right?
There's a chest actually. It's actually a chest that's open. It's slightly ajar, and you can see a letter, an envelope, sealed envelope that's kind of like protruding from the box.
I'm gonna grab that envelope with my mage hand, pull it towards me.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
That's smart.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, so you pull the envelope, and the box kind of closes as you remove the envelope. It's the only thing that was keeping the box from closing. Well, it's in the box, but it's actually a chest, right? My bad. And do you open the letter? It comes to you, no problem.
Yes, I will open the letter.
Okay. So, 1 second here.
Surprise, the
Oh,
letter's
sorry.
haunted.
Talia,
The letter's not-
you can have a read of that letter if you want. It's in your journal.
Can I read it aloud to everyone?
Of course you can.
My friends, know that it is I who have brought you to this land, my home, and know that I alone can release you from it. I bid you dine at my castle so that we can meet in civilized surroundings. Your passage here will be a safe one. I await your arrival. Your host, Strahd von Zarovich.
Wow.
And what I'll do is give everybody access to the letter now. All players. And so everybody should have it in their journal now if you want to refer to it. But Talia, you're officially the one who has it in hand, unless you give it to somebody else. Okay?
Okay. I'll keep it for now.
Yep, you can keep it. Some of these letters can have clues onto them, especially as in terms of if there's seals or things like that. Like, for example, this letter definitely has a seal to it, which is intricate. Kind of like a... What do you think that seal looks like?
Crow?
Let's see.
Oh wait, I'm not actually looking.
You can always zoom. You can zoom on the picture.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to tell what that
Looks like a bat
It's not a crow?
carrying a key.
Yeah, I don't have a great,
We can.
like, it doesn't,
Definitely something.
Zooming.
Right?
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a little fuzzy.
It
on
takes
my
the
screen.
resolution away, or the
Yeah,
quality.
Yeah.
That's not my fault. I tried.
I
Okay.
blamed
No
you.
worries.
But failed. All right. So, do you guys enter the carriage or fuck this? And you keep on walking in the cold, damp,
Ugh.
muddy road.
I go
Ugh.
in with Rufus.
Yeah.
I
Wait.
already
You're
know
looking
that
right
he
in
has
me.
wine at the dinner table.
Hold on, squishies. Let me go in first.
I'm just gonna say that I asked what you guys were gonna do last game, and you guys all told me you were getting on the carriage. So if you guys were gonna tell me you were taking
Yeah.
the goddamn road, I would have been pissed off.
All right, guys, let's hit the road.
Fuck this. Okay, well, I'll see you guys next week then, I guess.
I planned all this shit just for you to not get in the carriage.
Kinda. All right. Perfect. All right, we'll start the next scene. Give me a sec.
Hope he's got a fucking doctor on staff.
Right? Well, he probably does. Honestly, I think at least.
I mean,
All right. So,
you would think
as-
someone of his stature would, but maybe there's a reason he doesn't need a doctor.
Mm.
Vampire.
all right. So you guys enter the carriage, and as soon as you all enter the carriage, the door closes, and it starts moving. You guys can hear the carriage ride?
Yeah.
I heard a horse.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to the castle, Osthor.
The castle.
We're going to Castle Strahd, Charlie.
We're going to Candy Mountain.
I don't think there's going to be candy, but maybe there will be. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Maybe there's blood candy.
What?
All right, so just so you guys know, during this carriage ride, you guys can feel free to talk in game about anything that has happened, questions you might have, whatever. You can roleplay as much as you want. After a while, I'll just continue on with what you see outside. You all can see outside perfectly. There's glass, there's windows on each side of this carriage, and there's enough space for about
Good
6
boy.
people in this carriage. So it's a pretty decent sized carriage. 3 people on each side of the coach. And the horses are really like they're following the road, and they're not veering off. They're following this Valage road, and going at a regular pace. And you can kind of take in the scenery as you go through the woods. All right. So, anything you guys want to discuss now, or do I move on to the next scene?
You guys remember when we were in the death house and I went down into that little cubby and I nuked that dead horse?
Yeah, that was gross.
Good for you.
Fucking destroyed his ass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lay down and relax my broken ribs.
In pain, yeah.
I'm going to polish my axe.
I'm gonna keep petting Rufus,
I'm gonna sleep on the ride. Wake me up when we're there.
but what do you guys think he's gonna be
Rufus?
like though? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Probably
I was gonna
weird.
say Rufus just he shakes shakes all the damp
water?
water off of him, right?
Mm.
Yeah, and he's all cozy on your lap. There. It's all getting warm. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So
Well, this woman let her children die in service of him, so
I mean, his letter sounds.
it's pretty gross. It's pretty gross.
Yeah, you're right.
He didn't seem to have much respect for the Durst family. In fact, he said something about how he would rather see them suffer. So he doesn't seem like the friendly type.
I mean, if he
I'll
was
just
going
say.
to the route of justice, then they were kind of a crappy family. Because of the
Oh,
the
that's
things
that's
that
a
they
good
did.
point. If they were willing to kill their children for him, but he also was basically like, "I don't care about you. I'd rather see you suffer." Like he could have just been like, "Hey guys, this is cool and all, but I am not into you like that. So like maybe don't kill your kids."
Right. Or he just doesn't care about the peasants in his realm.
Yeah, true.
So
True,
we're
true, true.
technically not his peasants.
Good point.
So he
Although
could
the
be
Durst,
nicer
the Durst
to
didn't
them.
appear to be simple peasants, though, right? The Durst
True.
Yeah,
seemed to be like a
they
very
were-
affluent
They were,
family.
yeah, they were of
In
high
good standing.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe after let's have a look here. How long is it? I don't have mine. Okay, pick it up then. There we go. All right, so after about an hour of gloomy forests and desolate farmlands and fields, scenery changes a bit, and you see tall shapes loom out of the dense fog ahead of you. The muddy ground suddenly gives way to slick, wet cobblestone underfoot. The tall shapes become recognizable as village dwellings,
Ooh.
the windows of which stare out from pools of blackness. The few villagers you notice outside cower at the sight of the carriage passing through.
Hmm.
And after a short few moments, the carriage leaves the village behind, continuing its path on the Svalich road. I'm going to show you guys the village. And it's in your journal. This is the road you pass through.
Let's see. Oh, the street.
This looks depressing. This
Oh, that-
looks depressing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty sad looking.
And to give you an idea of how big this, I don't have to show you this, but it gives you an idea of how big this place is. I'll show everybody. It's like a bird's eye view of the village. It should all be in your journal. I think you guys should have it now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you guys basically passed in that center. You guys passed in that center
Good
road.
job.
Yeah, the main road. You guys coming from the east, obviously, heading west. And nobody peeked out. What do you mean? Well, you guys, this is what you guys see from the outside. You notice villagers. Some villagers did definitely see the carriage, notice the carriage, but they cower at its sight.
Ah.
But who's got the? Yeah, Sparrow. You get a feeling though that people weren't just afraid of the carriage because it's a carriage that's walking through the village. You get a feeling that they recognize the carriage, and that's what scared them.
Right.
That's the feeling you got. Yeah. That's what you got from the reaction of the villagers.
You think this was a bad idea?
Probably, but too late now.
Right.
Like, nothing keeps you from jumping off.
I mean, yeah, as I was like, who's to say we can't just jump out right now?
I have a feeling that would be worse than just going through with this.
That's true. Well, he might make us his goals next if we ain't.
Yeah. I don't think he would take kindly to being disrespected, so.
Just so you guys know, though, you do not have any idea that he is undead. There's no indication.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, right, yet, but there's no.
Yeah.
You guys have no indication that he is. So just be mindful for that. Okay, so you guys continue on. So about another hour passes, and the carriage finally leaves behind the Svalich wood altogether. And after maybe another 10 minutes or so, the Svalich road once again enters another patch of woods. And you start following a dirt road that's starting to the road starts to have some sort of an incline to it, so you're definitely going higher up, and you're kind of leaving the valley that you were traveling in earlier. And eventually you follow the dirt road and it starts to cling to the side of a mountain, and it ends before an arching bridge of mold-encrusted stone that spans a natural chasm. Gargoyles cloaked in black moss perch on the corners of the bridge, their frowns weather-worn. On the mountainous side of the bridge, a waterfall spills into a misty pool nearly 1,000 feet below. The pool feeds a river that meanders into the fog-shrouded pines that blanket the valley below. Show you guys what this is all about. And you guys should have a picture in the journal.
Fall.
And this officially marks the end of the forest, and now you're definitely going up into the mountains. Unclear if you guys are still going west, but you're definitely moving away from the general direction you were coming from. You might be going northwest, but not exactly sure which direction precisely. Anything you guys want to talk about, or we're good? We continue on.
I'm good to go.
Okay, so just so you guys know, it's almost been 3 hours you guys have been going up.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a long ride.
Yeah. Some of you start to get hungry, so if you guys want to have a go at your rations, you could. Or
Oh, yeah,
you've been
plenty.
invited to dine, so you could always wait.
That's
But
true.
yeah, you guys don't know exactly how far you still have to go.
I'll wait.
It's
I
been a
will wait.
while.
I know he
It's
has
been a while since you
wine.
guys have eaten. You have wine. Surprise.
Yeah.
surprise.
I
That's
will
all that
wait as well.
matters. Good wine, hopefully.
Good
I'll
one.
share a drink with Sparrow.
Cool.
Well, you might want to ask.
Well, I have my own wine, thank you very much.
Oh, that's right, you
Okay.
do.
So it's hard to drink in the carriage as you go, as the incline
Bumping.
becomes deeper and steeper.
Stop it straight from the
and
bottle.
there you
I
go.
got wine
But, I
skins, I
mean,
think.
You guys figure it out.
Figure it out. I'll figure
But
it
of
out
course,
for
I
you.
I think I've
mean,
had practice.
A little bit. Toots.
so the ride becomes a bit more strenuous for the horses. They definitely slow down a bit, but they continue pulling. They don't stop, and although a bit slower. So the carriage kind of continues its climb down this really curvy road. And despite no barriers separating you from certain death below, the black mares continue, to your astonishment, to push forward and upwards the treacherous mountain path. Eventually, the dirt road splits in two, and the carriage turns on a winding road past, now heading east. There you see patches of cobblestone, suggesting that this eastern branch was once an important thoroughfare. Another 3 hours down this road now. Been almost 6 hours you guys are on the road. So that
6
gives you an idea how-
hours?
Yes.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Where the hell does this guy live? How is this town even this big? Or this,
Well, we're already out of the town.
Oh, yeah, you guys
or
are
this
out of
co-
town for a
this-
while.
The country?
country, I guess. This.
Yep.
Deep
But like-
in the heart of Barovia.
Like I said, you guys are going a bit slower, right? Because you guys are going uphill. The horses are not going as fast, but still.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
Makes sense.
Country road, take me home.
Mountain Daddy.
Ew, no. Stop that. No. Bad.
Okay. So after what has now been nearly half a day since you've left Durst Manor, nearly half a day of winding through misty forests and craggy mountain peaks, finally, the road takes a sudden turn to the southeast, and the startling, awesome presence of a castle now towers before you.
You know, maybe his letter could have said something about how long this was going to take.
Surprise!
Something tells me he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Touche.
All right, added a picture of the castle.
It's Castle Ravenloft.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
that's ominous.
And as you,
Red-eyed
as-
raven.
Very glowy red-eyed ravens.
Mm-hmm.
I do really appreciate his use of vertical spacing.
Very artfully done.
And as you, of course, as you see the peak of the tower of the castle before you, in all its majestic glory, right? And very, although ancient but beautiful architecture, you hear this massive thunderclap. Because there has to be a thunderclap with a massive castle, right?
Of course.
Of course. Now I'll show you a few other pictures of the castle. So this will give you an idea of what the front of the castle looks like. It's also going to give you an idea of the size of this thing. Okay, this is a big castle.
Yeah.
Because this actually has, if you go back to your journal, you can see
Oh, wow.
that this castle goes at this highest peak is 360 feet high.
Damn.
Well,
Castle.
goddamn.
That's a freaking skyscraper.
And as you approach the castle, as you're getting closer and closer, its size becomes very apparent quickly. And this is actually the front of the castle that you see. And
Wow.
let's see if I can show you. I'll show you some other pictures. This is a nicer metric view, which is pretty cool, of the castle. No spoilers here, but it gives you an idea of what the castle looks like. So I shared it.
It's like purple and green in some spots.
Yeah.
Nice.
And one last one, you'll get a bird's eye top view of it. Go. This is what it looks from the top. And you can kind of see this fortification, this massive wall.
Oh, there's a little Mickey Mouse.
Oh,
Hello.
thanks, Bez.
That's
Thanks for
good.
ruining the moment.
Did somebody call my name?
Ruining further.
Oh, man.
Oh, yuck, we need to go to dinner, guys. Yuck.
There goes my game. Okay.
Hi, I'm Strahd von Mickey Mouse.
Oh, that's
But-
great.
Well, there's a Disney version of pretty much every freaking story. Might as well be one of of Curse of Strahd. Right? Why the hell not?
You won't leave this castle alive.
That works so well.
Don't forget to grab your all-access pass.
All right, so the carriage slowly starts to slow down as it comes before twin turrets of stone. Those are the two columns you've seen on the isometric view, right? Just before coming into the castle grounds. There's these two turrets, these two guard turrets, basically.
Yeah.
So these twin turrets of stone broken from years of exposure. Beyond these guard towers is the precipice of a 50-foot wide, fog-filled
Damn.
chasm that disappears into unknown depths. A lowered drawbridge of old, shored-up wooden beams stretches across the chasm, between you and the archway to the courtyard. The chains of the drawbridge creak in the wind, their rust-eaten iron straining under the weight of the carriage. From atop the high walls, stone gargoyles stare at you out of their hollow eye sockets and grin hideously. A rotten wooden portcullis, green with growth, hangs above the entry tunnel. Beyond this location, the main doors of Castle Ravenloft stand before you. Torches flutter sadly in scones on both sides of the huge double doors. Okay, I'm going to do two things now. First, we'll change the tune. So you guys arrive in the courtyard of the castle proper, and I'm going to show you what the courtyard entrance looks like. Took me a while to find this picture, but it's pretty accurate. This is what the front courtyard looks like.
Ooh.
So I'm going to describe the scene as you look at that picture. Give you a feeling of what you see. So the horses and carriage slowly come to a stop as you enter the front courtyard. Once again, the carriage doors act on their own volition and open to reveal the castle main keep ahead. Atop a series of there's no more white stuff. In front of you are torches flames flutter on each side of the keep's massive wooden main doors. High above the entrance is a round window with shards of broken glass lodged in its iron frame. Yeah, so the picture you see there should probably reflect that pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
As you set into the courtyard, thick, cold fog swirls around you. Sporadic flashes of lightning lance the weeping clouds overhead as thunder shakes the ground. Through the drizzle, you notice that the keep's rightmost door opens slightly. Warm light spills out of the entrance, flooding the courtyard. So what we'll do now is I'll drag your characters into the next map. Hey, we're going to the first map. Copy.
Woohoo! Going to a new map, Charlie.
We're going to Candy Mountain.
Okay, now bear with me. I've never used maps in Roll20, so this is my first kick at the can, so to speak. Hopefully it goes.
Kick at the can?
Kick at the can. Let's
Kick
kick
the
Talia
can.
off of Sparrow. Okay.
Kicking.
I
I want to do some kicking.
You'll see in a
Not
second.
Carl.
Okay, I'm gonna put you guys here, but really you'll be able to play around with your formation once you get access to this. Just want to make sure that. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And here we go. All right, you guys should now see the map.
Yep.
Nope, hold on. I'm zoomed in a lot. Okay, here we go. Yes.
Perfect. Now I think. Yep, dynamic lighting should be on. So
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see what you guys see because I can't see the light you guys see, but I can get a sense of it. So make sure you guys are on squares.
Way to make
are.
Steve's dice go away.
Click the window.
Just click anywhere on the screen.
Yeah,
Or click.
Ah, there we go.
Yep. All right.
That's
so you
for
guys
all
should
dice. Sorry.
you guys should see your characters there. So feel free to place them in the formation that you want.
I'm staying behind Sakura. Actually, let me just stay there. Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and cast light on Sparrow.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Okay.
you.
Let's cast light.
Oh.
You start glowing, Sparrow.
Mhm.
I'll fix that for you. Give me a sec. And 20. And the color will be. You should now have light, Sparrow.
Yay!
Nice.
It's very bright.
I can tone it down a bit if you want.
She is our
Sure.
beacon. Gondor calls for aid.
Lord Condor is requesting aid. Please
I
send
don't
help.
have any soldiers to play with, unfortunately.
Is that better?
Yeah. That's
You
good.
like that better? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I kept the color neutral instead of having like this orange glare to it. But, anyways.
Yeah, it was distorting the
Um,
icons.
Yeah. As for the dark vision, though, everybody that has dark vision right now
Except
should
for me.
see gray. Well, I mean,
Oh.
now you don't see gray because of Sparrow, right? She's retreating light, but normally you'll see like in shades of gray as dark vision is supposed to be. That's how dark vision is. You should be seeing in shades of gray. So if you see a grayish light, it's normal. That's how you're supposed to see things. But feel free to move around. This is how we're going to be playing when we're on maps, and this is how the lighting effect works. If you have issues with the effects, let me know.
Ooh.
Hopefully nobody freezes here.
That's
Me, everything seems to be working fine. But yeah,
that looks
let me
really
know.
neat.
It looks neat. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see if what everybody sees. Yeah. Okay. So as I said, the door at the you guys can see double doors and at the end there in the east on the east side.
The east. I see somebody.
Yeah, and you see two doors, like two massive stone doors.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
No doors yet.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, behind the
Yeah.
guy, there's like these gray things. There are probably the doors. You just probably can't see them
Okay.
now.
Okay,
Okay.
that's here, right?
So what else? Yep, that's there. Right? Yeah, sorry, I should do that more often. There you go. Yeah. And what I wanted to do is basically. No, I don't need to do that.
How'd you ping that?
Long press.
Just hold.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if you wanna, yeah. Alrighty. Back to notes. Okay. Okay, so from within the castle, a modest-sized cloaked individual steps out to reach you from the top, from the rightmost door. The individual must stand close to 5 feet tall, but appears shorter because of his hunched posture. And Talia, Barrow, and Ostor, I think all three of you.
Oh man.
No, everybody
me?
actually. Everybody.
Oh,
Everybody.
man.
Everybody.
Everybody.
That's not a good sign.
Oh wait. No, because you guys all have disadvantage. You have a -5.
Not
so
mine.
all you can do. No, not you. So only Sparrow notices this because all of you are like in pain and can't concentrate on what you're looking at as much. So Sparrow,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do this right. You got that, Sparrow?
No.
Oh,
Oh.
sorry, you're not on.
I can
My
look. I
bad.
can look. I'll just scroll all the way down.
I have to get used to that. You're not on roll 20.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, put it in DM. Okay.
I say it in a low voice to the party. Hopefully they can hear me. Everyone be careful. He seems not normal. Y'all
Everybody
heard
got
that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So the creature, as he gazes on you, upon you, says this in like a broken common. He clears his voice. The Count is expecting you. Please follow me. And he immediately turns away and enters inside, leaving the front door open. I'll show you a quick picture. And as he speaks to you, he removes his cloak from the top of his head. And now you notice briefly that he does have some monstrous features. You've never seen a creature like this before. And I will show you what he looks like. There we go. It should be in your.
Let's see.
Oh. Oh, wow. Well,
Oh, he's fuzzy and has webbed
he's a
feet.
homunculus, I think.
Huh. Well, he's kind of cute.
He is kind of cute.
Cyrus Bellevue.
I think he's a little cutie little guy.
All right. So when you guys are ready, you can move towards the entry in the formation that you want.
Okay.
If you
Be in
guys,
front.
unless you guys wanna-
I'm gonna
unless you
wait
guys
for
don't
you.
want to get in.
I'll be in front, but you have to move me, Paul.
Yeah.
I will also be in lead by Sakura.
I'm just gonna be right behind. I'm gonna hold on to her cloak, or do you have a
Just
cloak or
stay
something?
behind.
No, I don't have a cloak, but you can.
Oh, you're
Maybe
are
hold
you
on.
wearing leather armor or?
No, I just have on like a shirt and pants.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
gonna
I have,
hold
and I
on
have
to.
my chainmail shirt, like a chain shirt.
Oh.
All right,
So you can
okay,
hold on to it.
Sakura,
All
I'm
the
gonna-
way.
all the
I'm gonna
way
hold
here. So you guys can get the form. You place your characters in formation. Perfect. Okay, so this is how we're going in there.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
Why the hell not? Eh?
We'll be fine.
Why
could
the
go
hell not,
wrong?
eh?
Oops, I have to. 1 second, I'm just placing your characters here. I might screw that up, but no, you guys can always fix it afterwards.
Again.
Okay, this works. Okay, you guys should see each other now. Just want to see if what
Wait
everybody
a-
sees real quick. Yeah, that's
wait a
pretty much it. You
second.
guys can see the. You guys can see.
Okay.
You can still see some light emanating from outside.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming from these torches and the sconce outside, on each side of the door. And yeah, okay. Okay, so now we're gonna stop the music and we're gonna leave this down. Yes.
Music play.
Go up. Boom. Go. Oops. Put in the. Oops, that thing. Perfect. All right. Take this on the road. Okay. Okay, so you pass through the massive double doors flanked by fluttering torches and iron sconces. 20 feet inside the castle is a second set of doors. So these doors over here. Overhead
Okay.
in the vaulted entry foyer, 4 statues of dragons glare down,
Oh.
their eyes flickering in the torchlight. You discern a faint smell of sulfur in this room. One sec. Sparrow notices something.
I do.
You do.
Oh man.
I think you notice everything now because you aren't wounded. Congratulations, you get everything now.
Just have to go back to
Congratulations.
Discord. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a hassle, but we'll get through it. Okay, there you go. Did you get that, Sparrow?
Not yet. No. Sorry.
You didn't get the message?
I'm
Oh.
I'm about to read it.
It's in. It should be the end. I DM'd it.
Oh, in Discord?
Discord, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear the ping. Wait a second. Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
That's
Sparrow
ominous.
starts to shiver.
Oh boy.
She
The hunch creature in
holds-
front of you
yeah.
starts pushing on the massive double doors in front of you, and says, "Welcome to Castle Ravenloft." As he pushes the door open.
Okay.
Get you guys off here.
As he pushes the door open. Roll for initiative.
No, Excuse
But
me.
that's just to determine who eats dinner first, right?
Sure.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is I'll move your characters, and I'll try to maintain formation. If you want formation to change, let me know.
Okay.
But I'll move the characters so that this goes smoothly, right?
Mhm.
Of course, once we're in battle, you can move your characters on your turn. Right?
Sorry, what was that you said?
If we're in battle.
If
I
if
think that's what he
we're in
means.
battle,
You didn't say yes.
Yeah, guys, it sounds like we could do the rest of this campaign as a pacifist run. What do you say?
Oh.
I'll read what you guys see. Maybe that'll put you guys at ease or not. Okay, you continue following your hunch guide east through a second set of double doors into a massive hall. Cobwebs stretch between the columns that support this the vaulted ceiling of this dusty hall, dimly lit by sputtering torches and iron sconces. The torches cast odd shadows across the face of 8 stone gargoyles, squatting motionlessly on the rim of the dome's ceiling. Cracked and faded ceiling frescoes are covered by decay. Double doors of bronze stand closest to the east. So I'll show you here, right here, another set of double doors. To the north, a wide staircase climbs into darkness. So, right up here. A lit hallway to the south contains another set of double doors through which you hear sad and majestic organ tones. Actually, as you go through these set of double doors, the organs should be a little.
Nice.
Little.
Do you think I can carry an organ, or is it too big?
Well, maybe once you see it, you'll be able to tell me. That's a little too loud. I think.
What? Where
I
would you
collect instruments, okay?
where would you put it? Strap it to your back?
Good idea. I have rope.
So much.
Rope. Yes.
Right. So, by the way, just a question before we continue. Does the map help with the visual now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. I am so glad. This was work. This was a lot of work. Okay. Just making sure I'm not doing this for nothing. Okay. As we continue. Suddenly, an elf with brown skin and long black hair descends the wide northern staircase, quiet as a cat. Meow. And here he is. I'll move you guys a bit here, just barely here. If that's okay with you guys. There we go. Does everybody see the gentleman in the stairs?
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. How does the light look in here? I'm just curious. What do we have? Man, the
The
lighting.
pillars block some light.
Yeah, because you can't see behind it.
Not behind them.
Like if I move your character around, you should be able to see things, right?
Yes,
Better?
I know. Just
Very cool.
Pretty cool, yeah. All right, continue. Moving on. So the elf, he wears a gray cloak over black studded leather armor and has a polished scimitar hanging from his belt. My master is expecting you, he says. The elf bows slightly. I am Rahad, Count Strahd's chamberlain. I trust the chariot ride was comfortable. By the sorry look of your clothes, I wouldn't be surprised you've slept the entire way here. So now I'm going to show you a picture of this guy. Because I got pictures galore of this game. Alright. You guys should now see him in journal.
only slightly more attractive than Cyrus.
Slightly what?
Oh, hello.
Oh yeah. You can roll me a nature check.
Nature.
Yeah. I'll have a look at it here.
That's still a disadvantage, right?
Right.
Fucking disadvantage.
I know. Fucking Lindsay.
And 10.
Okay, that's fine. You can tell by from my looking like from one elf to another, right? You recognize this type of elf as a dusk elf. So not the same type of elf as you, right? You're a sun elf.
Mhm.
Dusk elves tend to live in the woods more, whereas, well, from where you come from, anyway, sun elves are much more classified as more civilized elves. They live in bigger cities, amongst other common races, right? In metropolitan areas. Whereas dusk elves, they tend to live in clans more and more, more as recluse, or outside of major populated areas, more in the woods.
Okay.
And you can also tell that he's probably he's quite old. This is not a young elf. You can see lines on his face, his ears, and I mean obviously he's scarred. He's been through some shit, but he definitely is quite an old elf. You'd probably put him in the ballpark. He's over 400 years old.
Damn.
Yeah. All right. So moving on. So he continues. As much as you must be famished, I am afraid your current demeanor and attire is highly inappropriate for dinner. This way, if you please, we will have you washed and properly fitted.
Yes.
Rahadin gestures the hunched fellow away with a swift move, with a quick move of his hand, and screams at him, "You get to work. Our guests are hungry."
Do you have wine?
Bird.
What?
Do you have wine? Good wine.
Rahadin, as he guides you, well, so first of all, he guides you down. You guys follow?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, did he answer me about what the wine?
Yeah. I'll answer in a second. I just
Okay.
want to put people into. So you guys can kind of file behind him in any formation you want. Go right ahead.
It's information. Well, if he, yeah.
Zachary, you're still staying in front.
I'm
Tucker's still
gonna
in
go
front?
close
Oh,
because of the. he's gonna answer me that.
I
there's
will
one.
stay next to Sakura, just so I can be the face of the party, the charismatic Oz Thor.
Move your character where you want. For formations, you guys can move. I'll let you guys place your characters. So he answers as you walk down down south the corridor. He answers you. He just turns around to look at you briefly, Sparrow, and he smiles. Of course.
That takes away all the fear.
All the fear.
Wow.
All the fear.
All
Okay.
the fear.
Sparrow starts to relax, shakes her feathers a little.
I would also like to ask, do you have a medic in this castle anywhere?
Oh yeah, that too.
As you walk down, he answers, fortunately, we do not have any physicians within the castle. However, you'll soon discover that your host is quite, what's the word I'm looking for?
Gracious.
Build?
Resourceful.
Oh,
Oh,
resourceful. Okay.
Okay. So he guides you here. And I'm just gonna read the rest of the passage here real quick. Alright, so as you go down this massive hall, torchlight flutters against the walls of this vaulted hall. To the east is an arch hallway stretched for 20 feet, ending at a spiral staircase that goes up and down. So right here. You guys can see that it goes up here and it goes down there, right? And on the other side, next to the hallway, a suit of armor, oiled and glistening, stands at attention in a shallow alcove. Not sure if you guys see that. Do you guys see the statue?
Yes.
Oh, so.
Mhm.
To the
Last
west.
time I saw a suit of armor.
Sorry?
I said last time I saw a suit of armor.
Didn't go so well.
We don't have a good history with suits of armor.
Alright, to the west, large double doors hang slightly open, and a steady bright light escapes from the opening. Swells of organ music come from behind the door, spilling their melody of power and defeat into the hall. You follow Riley into a spiral staircase going up and down. He instructs you to not wander and to follow him closely to the guest rooms above. So, as you guys come close to the doors, of course, the organ becomes much louder.
Oh.
So the organ music is coming from behind these double doors here. They're
Okay.
slightly ajar. And now leads you to the staircase here. Do you guys continue on following?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
I asked him, will there be music like this playing while we're having dinner?
If the master wishes,
Are you saying that the master is the one that's playing right now?
that's all he's saying. He doesn't add to that.
Hmm.
Chatty man. Or elf,
Chatty
I
man.
should say.
Alright. We're gonna close this now. We're gonna leave the rest of the sound effects for sure. It's not too demanding. And let's just play this song. Ooh. Search. There we go. I hope you guys like the song because I have searched long and hard for it. For the perfect song to fit Castle Ravenloft. Do you know how hard it is to find the perfect song to fit fucking Castle Ravenloft?
It's quite nice.
It is.
I've listened all
It's
week
great.
to somber, organ, depressing music. And this is
Finding the
best one.
perfect one.
I need the perfect one, exactly. My wife was looking at me weird, like, should I be concerned?
You need a hug, Paul.
There it is. Alright, so, here goes. Oh yeah, the sound effects with it is just perfect. Okay, I did good job, guys. I think
Yes, I agree.
I love this song. It's so like I listened to this song when I heard it. I was like, this is it. This is the one, man.
We found the one.
This
It is
it.
the one.
He is
All
the
right, this is a weird map. I'll have to. Yeah, we'll do our best here. A sec. I'm just positioning your tokens in the next map, and it's an annoying one. This is probably the worst part of the castle, just because of positioning more than anything else. Oh yeah, Sakura first. All-Store is gonna be right there. All-Store is right next to her. Okay. I'm gonna have to put. Yeah, I'll put Sparrow and Talia on top of each other, but they're not really on top of each other. But I think it's the way both of you can see the map. Because basically, like in Sparrow, you're gonna be Talia's gonna be in between floors, if that makes any sense. But I can't represent that on a 2D map, right? So
Makes sense.
Talia, you're right on. You'll be on the same spot as Sparrow.
Okie
You
dokie.
just might not see your token. Just want to see what you guys see if you're here. Ah, yes, perfect. Perfect.
Nice.
All right, you guys should see the next map now.
One moment. I need to find us.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry, you guys-
I'm in darkness.
Oh, this is pitch black.
Yeah, it's just
okay,
a black
there's,
square.
There's no. Yeah.
I cast light on the darkness.
Well,
Okay,
there's
one sec.
already light on me, so I won't.
That is weird though, that you guys can't see shit. Okay, one second.
Yeah, it's just a solid black square.
Oh, but zoom down though. Maybe you guys should scroll down on the map. Maybe.
No.
No, I'm like zoomed out all the way.
I am.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah. Okay, that's strange. Dynamic lighting. Should vision's on. Night vision is on.
Are we in the lower left corner or lower right?
You guys should be at the bottom left corner.
Left.
Or no, more in the middle. Bottom. Yeah, right in the middle of the bottom there. You guys
Here?
should be there.
It's just
Yeah, no,
pitch black.
Yep.
We
It's
see
cool.
nothing.
That is 1 second here.
Darkness imprisoning me.
Marco,
I'm not the only one
Follow.
blind now.
Marco.
Follow.
I've got your vision on 60. Yeah. Oh, unless dynamic lighting's not on. I think that's the problem.
Ah,
Well, dynamic lighting is on. So that should
Huh.
work.
Mhm.
Could we try stepping out of the room and stepping back in? Like a reset?
This is strange. You guys should see.
Let me.
I'm looking at your characters.
Somebody hit F5 or refresh the page. See if that works.
Okay, I'm doing it.
me too.
Did it work?
Yeah,
It's still
I'm
loading.
Loading.
Loading. It's still loading.
Ooh. Well, okay, I'm in and I see nothing.
I thought you were
I'm
gonna
in
say that you
12,
actually see
And
it.
I see nothing.
What if
Mine's
we
still loading.
get out of the map to exit the
All
game
I
and then go
see
back
is
in?
darkness.
No, this does make sense. One second
Still
here.
loading. I'm gonna exit out and come back in.
Loading for
I don't get this. You guys should see.
Display.
I'm just gonna join as a player to see if there's something here that I'm missing.
Okay.
Be right back. Rejoin as player.
In the meantime, let me display Eerie Castle. Yeah.
spooky.
Oh, don't tell me. I'm an idiot.
Did
You
you have
guys are on
to?
the wrong. You're on the wrong. You're on the wrong map. I'm an
Oh.
idiot. Ah,
It's okay.
my bad, guys. It happens. Okay. Woof. Second floor of the castle. I'm doing this bad. Okay. It's gonna be a long game. I can't get my floor straight. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna rejoin as a game master. Rejoin as GM. Yeah, this is why. Obviously, it doesn't work. I'm such an idiot. There you go. You guys should see that.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm so sorry,
Yes.
guys.
No
Oh,
There.
worries. No
I was like, I
worries.
don't understand. I'm supposed to
We
like I haven't.
exist again.
All right. So, yeah, I'll describe what you guys see here. Sorry about that. Wasted time there. I am so sorry. Okay. Of course, now my notes, I have to reopen them because I closed them by leaving. Where was that?
Does anyone see anything on the map besides our tokens? Because all I see are the tokens right now.
Yeah,
The light
because
is
we're covering
See-
constructed.
everything.
We're in a
Yeah,
spiral
I
staircase.
see like a little bit of a spiral staircase. Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys are covering everything. The whole hallway is being covered by tokens, so it's a really small hallway.
Oh, there it
Okay,
is.
so just hall. Okay, yeah. So as you guys were going up the spiral staircase, fluttering torches and iron sconces illuminate the spiral staircase as you climb up. A chill wind rushes down the circling stairway, seeming to kill the very heat of the torches. And Sparrow, again, because you're the only one that notices anything right now.
You're giving her grief. I'm kidding. Go ahead. Discord? Yes, I see you
Yeah,
typing.
it's on Discord, yeah.
Discord.
All right, there you go.
Let's see.
So this is when you guys just started going up the spiral staircase. As soon as you started going up. Right, I said the spiral staircase went up and then went down, right? So,
Guys, do you hear that? Do you not hear what I'm hearing? This is. Oh
Nope.
my goodness.
No.
It sounds like someone screaming and suffering and torture below
Oh.
the stairs.
Oh, great. Great.
so she tells you this as you guys are starting to climb up the spiral staircase, and when you guys start listening, you actually do hear this. Screaming coming from down below.
Oh. I hope the
So-
wine is good.
Pause.
You guys continue climbing up, following Rahadin.
Yeah.
I asked him,
Mm-hmm.
you swear we are safe here, right?
He says, "You've been invited under the promise of safety, have you not?"
I'm just, trying to make sure.
And as far as I can tell, you are still armed, correct?
Yeah.
And currently outnumbering me 4-1.
I don't know you.
So he just basically says, "I wouldn't worry. My master wouldn't be a gracious host if he invited you under the guise of under any my master would not be a gracious host had he invited you under false pretenses. So you climb up numerous stairs, which circle upwards more than 100 feet easy, to a dark landing, 10 feet wide and 20 feet long. This is where you're currently standing on the map. A cold draft of wind rushes down the spiral staircase at the north end of the east wall and whistles mournfully through the room before streaming down the stairs to the south. So, coming from up here. An ornate square rug covers the floor atop the stairs. Set into the west wall is an iron-bound wooden door with a wooden trap door set into the floor in front of it. Right underneath Rahadin's feet, there's like a trap wooden door. Hanging on the north wall above the trapdoor, so just in front of Rahadin, is a framed portrait of a handsome, well-dressed man in suit of armor with a serene yet penetrating gaze. Sorry. I'll show you the picture. And you guys should be able to see it.
Handsome by human standards. I think
what,
to
sorry?
myself. Because remember, I'm a bird. Oh yeah, none of us are humans.
Right, it's true. None of you are human. That's a good point.
Yeah, we have no humans.
Yeah,
one?
he's regular looking for us.
He's
Yeah.
kind of chonky.
Well, he is wearing armor. Alright. So as thunder shakes the tower, heavy beams groan under the weight of the ceiling. Oh, sorry. This is after you guys step through the door. So I'm going to put Rahadin right here. So you guys enter a door. Rahadin opens a door to the left. Sakura here. Ostor here. And I'm gonna put Sparrow here.
Bit too far?
And
Or did I go?
Talia, you're just outside the
Oh,
door,
right.
but I'm gonna put you in the room, but you're outside, okay?
Alright.
Okay, everybody sees?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Should be a new individual there.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So as thunder shakes the tower, heavy beams groan under the weight of the ceiling. 3 ornate lanterns hang by chains from these beams, each casting a dim glow. The curved west wall is fitted with 3 windows of leaded glass and steel lattice work. So, right on this side here. A bookcase sits on the east wall between 2 doors. Bookcase is here, but it's kind of hidden. Plush, overstuffed chairs and couches are placed about the room. The fabric has faded with age, and the patterns it depicts are nearly gone. Lounging on one couch is a handsome young man whose attire, while elegant, is worn and faded. Near a door to the south. Oh, nope, sorry. Change that. So, that's it. So, this is the individual, obviously. I'll show you a picture of this man.
This man.
This
Just
man,
handsome men after handsome men.
This handsome man looks like
Oh.
someone-
Hello. Nice threads.
I'm sorry, Steve. When I saw this guy, I couldn't help but think of you.
Luscious locks.
Oh. I wish. I mean, yeah, definitely.
Excuse me for a minute.
He's gonna go cry in the bathroom.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
no, I was about to make this guy.
I'll
talk.
cry at my desk. I'll have you know.
All right. So, the man, as you enter the room, steps up from the couch, and he bows forward and says, "Ah, the master's guests have arrived. I see. Pleasure to meet you. I am Escher, at your service." We've prepared fresh garments for you in the room here. And he points to a room to his right. My assistant and I will help you pick the proper attire for tonight's dinner. Please.
I doubt anything
Come on
will
in.
fit me.
You say that out loud?
Yeah.
We have but the finest Barovia has to offer. Clothing of all kinds, all shapes and sizes. I'm sure we'll be able to find something for you.
Alright.
If not, the necessary alterations will be made. So, if not, the necessary alterations can be made.
Free alterations? That's like 30 gold for free.
Neat.
Yeah, I should be opening doors, and I don't. I'm so sorry. Here, door open. Okay, so you guys enter this room. Now, on the map, I'm going to show you what this looks on the map, but really, Rahadin doesn't enter. He stays outside. But basically, I'm going to put you in here, but there's more. This room should be bigger, and it's way too small. So imagine that there's 4 rooms that are about 10 feet by 10 feet, and they each have a closet. So right now, this does not reflect at all the size of the room. So there's 4 rooms like this. So what they do, what Escher does is he has each and one of you enter a separate room. In each of these rooms, there's a bed, and there's in one of the rooms, say the third one. So let's say it's Ostor's room. There's a young woman that's there, and she's putting clothes,
Oh no.
putting clothes
no.
on the bed.
Oh boy.
Guys, what is going on? Y'all know something I don't?
I mean, based
I
on what you
mean-
did in the caravan, sure, I guess.
Oh my
Mhm.
god.
Okay, Mr. Warlock that act like a bard.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to get information.
Sure.
And
were.
you got nothing.
Yeah,
You didn't
she
even
was,
get her name.
Information.
she was exhausted.
Sure.
Duh. I rolled like a 19 or something. It was wild.
I'm sure
She's
you
probably-
tried real hard to talk to her.
She's telling the story about that night to her friends for like the 5th time by now.
I guarantee you she's
Maybe.
not.
Who knows?
Okay, we'll see what happens. Maybe it will be much more tame this time. We'll see. All right, so I'll describe the bedrooms real quick. So large beds sit in the center of 4 neatly identical appointed rooms. Each bed has 4 corner posts supporting a black canopy trimmed with gold tassels. Several comfortable divans are placed about each room, along with a wooden basin in the corner of the rooms underneath shafts that can open to drop in the rainwater. Warm water fills the heated baths and invite you to clean your bodies and soothe your souls. The east walls of these bedchambers all have a small, unbanded closet doors. And in your room, like I said, Ostor, there's a woman laying clothes there. As you enter the room, she timidly directs you to, timidly points at clothing that she has laid on the floor, laid on the bed for you, and she also points towards the bath in the corner of the room. And good evening. All this ready for you. Your choice of clothes. Please let me know if they are not to your liking. And a warm bath has been prepared for you.
I'd like something a bit more sparkly to wear.
Okay. She picks something out that is, I guess, yeah, sparkly. Not exactly sure what exactly it looks like, but there is some hint of glossiness to it, so.
Excellent.
Perfect, okay.
I will take a bath.
Perfect. So she leaves you to it, and she says, I will be out in the hallway, and I will also be tending to your compatriots' needs. If you need anything, just let me know. My name is Gertruda. Nice to make your acquaintance.
Gertruda.
And Gertruda will... I'll show you a picture of Gertruda. Where are you, Gertruda? Oh, there you are. I only have a portrait of her, unfortunately, but there you go. Gertrude. You all can see it now because she comes
Oh.
to each of your rooms.
Pretty lady.
She looks human, young and human. So again, basically she goes into each of your rooms and she basically offers the same services. And she'll be waiting outside.
Do you have clothing for dogs?
Oh.
I would like to dress my little friend here.
She kneels down and that kind of surprised Rufus and hides behind you, but she says, "Cute little thing. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we don't. But
I mean, children's clothes could
perhaps
probably fit, no?
Like a
I'm
baby's onesie or a toddler's onesie.
I'm afraid we don't have children's clothing. I'm sorry.
Oh. All right.
But the bed is extremely comfortable. Might I suggest the dog stay up here while we dine?
No, he's coming with me.
Very
Could they
well.
perhaps tailor a little shirt out of a pillowcase?
or whatever
A vest?
alterations from whatever they make for me.
If they can
Making
make
sure my
alterations,
wings, can pop
they could
out
make
the
a-
back.
yeah, they could make a
Well-
shirt for a dog.
She doesn't seem exactly enthused to do something for dogs. So if you wanna have her do it, you'll have to do a persuasion check.
Oh man.
I mean, we're honored guests.
Yeah, we are.
This woman gonna give us attitude about dressing a dog? How dare she? Who does she think she is? Gertruda.
Oh, persuasion.
Sakura doesn't like the truth.
I wonder what the master will say.
Oh.
Whatever. Oh my god.
Okay.
Of course.
She says, unfortunately, I don't think I would have the talent to properly dress your puppy. I'm sorry. But I'm
you gotta
sure,
do is-
I'm sure dressed or not, it will make no difference.
All right.
If you need anything else, and she looks at you, she says she'll be in the hallway.
Wow. Wow. Some real nice service we get here.
Yeah, just
How big's the
I just-
bathroom or the shower or the tub or whatever? Just
Well, it's enough
imagine
for
this
you and-
big bird trying to.
it's big enough for you and the dog. It's fine.
Okay.
I think I saw a bird bath out front if you want to head downstairs.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow,
the.
that's really rude.
I mean, I guess I could use the fountain. I've used it before in towns, because
Not very dignified.
I'm a monk. I don't really care.
They might see your cloaca.
What? Ecola?
Cloaca.
Always.
It's birds just have one.
Oh, okay.
They just have one orifice. That.
For everything?
Um,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Learn something new every day.
that's how they lay eggs and also other things.
Yeah.
Is that how they fart?
I don't think birds fart. Actually, I'm pretty sure that they don't fart because that's why you're not supposed to feed them rice. Like, you're not supposed to throw rice and stuff at weddings because it will expand and they're not able to release gas. So,
But if they don't release gas because that's how they fly. We're getting off topic here. Let's,
Okay. All right. So as you guys wash and get dressed, my only question for you is: do you guys leave anything up here other than your dirty clothing?
I hide my weapons underneath the new clothes.
no, I'm keeping my weapon on me.
I'm keeping my weapons.
Okay.
Paul,
Yeah.
since I take a bath, does that end my maddening?
No, it doesn't end it. But
Oh,
you feel happy and content.
that sucks.
I will let you know when your mandate ends. But for now, you feel content. You feel clean. You feel like you've. Because every time you start feeling dirty, it brings you back to that time when you were stuck within the monstrosity that was the corpse hound, the mound, right? You can feel the dead bodies, the putrefied dead bodies, like touching your own skin. It was making you uncomfortable. It was driving you crazy. And now that you're clean, you feel like you've washed that away, and you can kind of breathe better. So right now you're fine.
Okay.
Okay, so any stuff that you leave, you have a closet if you wish to use it, or you can leave it on the bed or whatever. But everybody has a closet in their room. Okay, so for the purpose of rooms, I'll just put Sakura's going to be in the first room. Taya's going to be in the second. Ostor's in the third one, and I'll put Sparrow in the last one. Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Okay. So just imagine that this tower's a little bigger on this floor, and it's got 4 identical rooms that are, like I said, 10 by 10 with a 5-foot square closet, basically. Okay. So once you guys are clean, what do you do?
I guess exit the room.
Is there a
Okay.
I
window?
assume that.
Sorry,
Oh,
go ahead.
that's a good question. I was just gonna say, I assume that either Escher or Rahadan is gonna escort us to dinner.
Yeah. Okay. You guys step outside.
There are windows in the rooms, right? At least.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Windows?
Windows in the room?
Like, we can see out.
No, the only room that has windows actually is yours, Sakura.
Do you need a window, Sparrow? Because I can switch rooms with you if you would
It
like.
has one. Sparrow's got one.
Oh, I do.
Oh,
Okay.
Sparrow. Oh,
Oh, did I say Sakura? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sparrow.
Oh, okay.
Sparrow's
Okay, gotcha.
Sparrow's got the room that's closest to the tower wall, so she's the only
Okay.
person. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry,
Okey-doke.
got confused with characters.
I just need
Cool.
to know. Yeah. You know, for escape purposes or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So as you step outside, you've got Escher and you've got. I'll put you guys on the map here in a sec. Put Gertrude here, and just gonna move this guy. Okay, just bear with me, guys. This guy, bye. Okay. Go back to. All right. So I'll put you guys out here. All right. So as you step out of your rooms, Escher asks, "So, feeling refreshed?"
Totes.
As
Indeed.
well as we can.
More or
What do we
less.
do?
Can't do much about the broken ribs.
Healing.
He says, "Might I say you look much better."
you.
And by the way, he says, "The clothes are a gift
Oh,
from my master."
So we can take them out
how kind of you.
when we leave. Not if, when we leave.
If you leave, yeah. So he says,
Oh my gosh, he said if.
"You must be famished. Follow me. It's time for dinner." You guys follow Escher?
Yeah,
Yes.
lead the way. I
Yep.
am famished.
I am
I
ready
could eat
for
a
wine.
whole
Ready for
chicken.
wine. Awesome. As you guys
Chicken.
pass in front of
Don't tell
Gertruda,
Sparrow
Gertruda
this.
just basically keeps her head bowed down, eyes closed, as a form of respect as you pass in front of her, and you head down back into the corridor downstairs. Following Escher, she stays behind. And as you go back down the stairs of the tower, Escher mentions that. By the way, if you require any other service, such as your old clothes washed, sewn, or if you need your boots shined, or even your weapons sharpened, please let us know. I'll have Gertruda get on it right away.
Yes, please wash my clothes.
Noted. Anything else from any of you?
I will also like my clothes washed.
I would
Very
like
well.
to sharpen my own weapons. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
I will.
So if you could
Hold
take
on.
us to the sharpening room.
Perfect. I believe the master, my master, has a few things in store for you afterwards. Maybe we could take your weapons then and have them sharpened, if you wish.
Much obliged.
So you guys keep on going downstairs, and you're escorted back into the guest hall, right in front of those double doors where you heard the organ music play from. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to start this song.
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Like this. Let's copy link. Thank you, YouTube Loop. I love you. Alright, so you guys come down to the main hall, and the organ is still playing loudly. Okay, now by the way, if you guys can recognize this song, you're true nerds. Especially if you're a video game
Castlevania?
fanatics.
No, it's not, is it?
Oh, maybe. Alright. So as you head down the spiral staircase back to the guest hall, emotional organ music continues to emanate from the double doors that now appear in front of you. Rahadin is there standing, waiting for your arrival. And as he sees you, he approaches, he kind of observes you a bit. He says, "Ah, much better. Much more dignified." Any of you recognize the song?
Fortunately not.
No? Oh,
It does give me Castlevania vibes, but
it is Castlevania, actually, yes.
Oh,
It's
okay.
I never
Bloody
played.
Tears. Bloody
I never
Tears
played it
Castle.
myself, but I watched it get played a lot.
Well, it's in the game, and it's also in the series, if you ever do happen to. Yes.
Okay.
But straight from Castle. I actually found a guy who, for his Crystal Strahd game, created an organ version of Bloody Tears. I'm like,
Oh my god,
yeah,
that's really cool.
that is pretty good. Okay, so I'll copy you guys down there. 1 second. Copy Escher first. Oh no, I know. Put Gertruda right here because she's kind of in the way. Get out of the way, Gertruda.
Get out of the way.
Get out of here.
Go on, get.
Go home, get.
Go on and get.
Go on, get.
Won't let me delete all of them? Oh, okay. Be that way, Wolfman. Fine.
Be that way.
Cool.
I don't like you anyways.
Oh, I don't need to copy all that. I just need Escher, really. Escher, you're a new cast member. Get over here. Come.
Sure, my boy. Come with me.
you big Escher. Alright. Alright. Let's move you guys back to the main floor. There we go. Alright. So, Radin guides you now to the doors here. You guys enter the dining hall. Alright. I'm gonna put Rahadin where? Rahadin right here. Escher is gonna go right here. I want to do this. Thank you. Okay, and you're okay, I'll put you guys in here, and you'll be able to basically decide where you want to sit. Alright, so you guys should all see the dining hall now.
Dining hall.
Let's
I'm gonna
see.
zoom in on this room right now, so I better see it. Go.
There's some people we don't know.
Oh, there's people you don't know, yes. There's a huge cast in this castle. It's nuts. Okay,
Hold on. I need to refresh my thing, I think.
it's okay. Go ahead. I'll get some pictures ready.
It's still stuck on a previous map. Okay, yep.
Good.
Yep. Dining hall.
All right. I've just posted. Perfect timing. Song ends there. That's perfect. All right. Because the one playing the organ is obviously Strahd. Okay, so I guess you can now see a picture that I posted in your journal. It's the picture of the actual dining hall. It's a very faint,
Oh, yeah.
very faithful
Oh, yeah.
depiction of it.
Nice, nice.
So I thought you wanted to take that organ, huh?
It's a little big, I think.
Yeah, a
bit
little
fat.
bit. I don't think I could even carry that one.
It's also the fact that it's like encased in the freaking wall. But anyways, here's the other thing. So the other thing you don't see on that picture, obviously, is the other occupants in the room. Right? There's other people in this room that are sitting at the end of the table. Escher moves at the end over there. Rahadin stays right here in the corner. And so Rahadin instructs you as the person sitting at the organ, his back turned towards you, goes into the final notes of his song. Rahadin quietly instructs you all to sit at the other end, anywhere at the other end of the table. So you can feel free to move your characters at any of the squares that are around the table there. Sit wherever you want, as long as it's not like on the left side. Alright, so this room, 3 enormous crystal chandeliers brilliantly illuminate this magnificent chamber. Pillars of stone stand against the dull white marble walls, supporting the ceiling. In the center of the room, a long, heavy table is covered with a fine white satin cloth. Plates are set for each of you with fine, delicate china and silver. At each place is a crystal goblet filled with an amber liquid with a delicate and tantalizing fragrance. So now I'm going to show you guys a picture of Strahd when he was playing, and then we'll get this dinner kicking. That's the picture of Strahd playing the organ. Yeah, I can get you access. Yeah. Small picture, sorry if it's so small. And I'll show you pictures of... No, I'll wait for the others as they're introduced. How about we do that? Okay. So when Strahd, when the person playing the, well, you presume it's Strahd, and when he hits his final note, everyone in the room claps, applauds gently, and then the person sitting at the organ slowly turns towards you and has a small smirk on his face. And as he stares at you, he takes a quick moment to stare at each and one of you. And then he stands up and he says, "Welcome, heroes from a faraway land. I am Count Strahd von Zarovich, your host tonight. I trust your travel here was pleasant. What do you guys say?"
First of all, kudos on the accent, Paul.
Oh, I'm
Nailed
trying.
it.
Yeah, great. It was a little longer than we expected, but otherwise fairly pleasant.
I'm happy to hear it. I really wanted you to appreciate the beauty of Barovia as much as possible. I trust the valley was intriguing, to say the least.
It was definitely interesting. Very interesting.
I had a feeling of fear coming from the village, though, as we passed by.
Yes, you'll have to excuse my people. They're quite the troubled and superstitious lot. However, as he sits down back down into his chair and moves his hand to the left as some form of invisible force hands over a glass in his hand. And he takes it. It's not like if he moved it towards it. It's like if something lifted it and put it into his hand. Those interested can roll an Arcana check on that.
Invisible mage hand.
I'm interested. Arcana.
Sure.
I will.
Me too.
I can assist you with that.
Yeah.
Wait, who just rolled?
No, unless you're not. You can't cooperate on
Oh.
this because unfortunately,
Yeah.
you're kind of sitting.
It's an
Each-
individual.
Yeah,
thing.
individual rolls.
Oh, gotcha.
Unless you want to openly talk out loud, like, what is that he's doing?
Oh,
it's gonna be
yeah,
this.
I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Hey, 21 on the Arcana.
Oh,
And
damn.
rolling disadvantage, my friend.
Ah,
Oh.
Just roll again. Just roll over again, and we'll keep the worst one. Yeah, that's the one.
10.
Okay.
I rolled
I
a
not
7.
perceive anything.
All right. So 10, 7. Okay. So Ostor, you recognize the spell as being probably, it's not Mage Hand. Something is definitely there, giving him, like some creature that's invisible there is giving him something. And you think, unless it's an invisible creature per se, one spell that you know that
Like
can do this is
An unseen.
Servant.
Yep.
Yeah, Unseen Servant. Yeah. So this indicates that the Unseen Servant usually responds to the caster of the Unseen Servant. So if it is this spell, right, and obviously a proper detect magic, you require for you to really deduce with 100% certainty that this is the case. But if it is, that means that he is the one who casts the spell, which obviously indicates that Strahd has some form of magical aptitudes. So that's what this tells you. He's potentially a mage, or likely a mage, rather. So he says, "Tonight is a very special evening. I've brought the best food from across Barovia, but also some of the greatest delicacies from beyond the mist. Worlds that not even I have set foot in. Potentially even delicacies from your world. You all hail from the world of Faerun. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Only Sakura's talking. That's interesting. But well, Ostor did say a few things, but
Well, I'm
interesting how
waiting
the
for.
other two are very.
You mentioned food and delicacies, but what about wine?
He points to the glass that is on the table in front of you. Remember that glass with the tantalizing flavor?
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Trust me, my dear. There's plenty of wine."
Oh,
And
Oh.
as he points to your glass, he takes a sip from his. And so do the people around the table. But he says, "But before we take a sip, might I propose a toast?" And he stands up and lifts his glass and says, "To the heroism of complete strangers in my land. You have done a great service to my people, ensured safety, a modicum of safety on this village road, a crucial road to all travelers into my domain. I thank you. And may this night bring potential new friendships and hopefully opportunities for cooperation."
Hmm.
So he takes a sip from his glass, from that toast. Everybody at the table does.
I'm gonna take a sip too.
And as you guys take your first sip, the doors to the dining hall open again once more. And in steps a young woman. I haven't seen her before. She has reddish brown auburn hair. And she steps in with, I don't know how you call this, like a stroller chariot, I guess, whatever you use to carry food, right? And as
Trolley?
she enters the room, you get these various incredible fragrances coming from the food on the platters. And she sets the food in the corner, and she starts grabbing some of the plates, and distributing them across the room, bringing you each a serving. And as she brings you food, Strahd just says, "I trust you are hungry."
Very much so.
Famished.
It was a long trip, and we did not eat.
We have not
All
had
right.
proper rest, actually.
All right. So now we're gonna put some music that's fitting for dinner. Copy.
How long were we in Death House as far as like in-game passage of time?
So you've been in Baroy for 3 days.
Okay.
Yeah, this is your third day, and it's in now it's no longer. It was in the morning when you escaped Death House because you had
Okay.
remember you just had a long rest before
Yeah.
before fighting Walter. So
Mhm.
you fought Walter early in the morning at about 10 to 11 hours of carriage, and that's pretty much where you guys are. You're
Gotcha.
in the early evening, right? So maybe around what? You guys are around 7. It's the evening, 7 to 8 p.m. roughly.
Gotcha.
That would be the current time on your third day.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes.
Alrighty. Decent song. Okay. I'm gonna change this music to dinner. Yeah. So basically, just a bit of fireplace and occasional pouring of wine. Perfect. It's much more fitting for dinner. Okay. So. So as you guys start eating, oh, I forgot to put the girl there. Sorry, I forgot to put a picture of her actually. Overlay. Oops. Yeah, we need to fix that. Make it better. Unacceptable. Roll 20.
Unacceptable.
Layer. Token layer. Okay, there she is. Show you guys a picture of her real quick. Now, the reason I'm introducing all of these characters is because you can interact with them. These are all NPCs that are really well fleshed out in this setting, in this game. It's an incredible amount of detail that each of these NPCs have. It makes it for very, very cool. Lots of cool roleplay. Here we go. I'm going to show you. You probably won't know her name, although you'll see it, but I mean, it doesn't matter. She'll introduce herself. You can probably hear Rahadin tell her, bark orders at her.
She
Also
is
Helga.
pretty.
Yeah.
Does he only hire hot people? Like,
That's a very good question, actually. Wait, we're not done yet.
I mean,
Okay.
I mean, I guess Cyrus isn't. I mean, I think Cyrus is a cutie, but
True. The story behind Cyrus. You'll figure it out eventually.
oh,
There's a story. Cyrus has a story. Everybody's got a story. Just cool. Okay, so Strahd, as you're starting to eat, he says, "Trust that food is to your liking. First few bites." Oh, I should describe what you guys are eating. So
Yeah.
your
Yes.
meal, especially I've put a lot of effort in inventing the meal. Okay, so to begin the meal, a bowl of lobster bisque is set before
Ooh.
each of you.
fancy. Especially in these times, lobster
Mhm.
in this
In
economy,
this economy?
In this place, right? I don't say an ocean
Up in
close.
the mountains?
right? Right.
Yep.
Dang.
But like you said, food comes from all over the place, and when he means all over the place, it doesn't just mean Barovia. So this could probably bring a lot of questions to your mind. How did he get access to this food? So
Yeah, they don't have
Um,
airplanes. I
yeah.
don't think.
So
Turtles.
this is an opportunity for you to ask all kinds of questions about him, about the world, about everything. See what he can answer. It's up to you guys. Role play with, mingle with the people. What I'm going to do is just
Oh, wow.
introduce the rest of his consorts. So he says he asks you if the food is good. First few bites of the lobster bisque, and if the wine is to your liking.
Yes.
Delicious.
Perfect.
Hmm.
I probably wouldn't even know what a lobster was.
Because
So
you're a lizard.
Not a lizard.
the food's passed along, but one thing that you notice is he's not eating, and none of his other consorts are. So there's two women at the end of the table. They're not eating either. And Sparrow, took you a while, but you noticed someone that wasn't in the room, but the door didn't open. When the door opened, you didn't see this person come in. This means that this person was in here and was just either really good at hiding or was very, very quiet.
Oh.
But where she's positioned, you should have been able to see her. You just didn't. And she appears right here. And she walks around. And she comes to sit right here.
Oh my god.
Nobody's sitting at the top of the. Oh yes, Saka, my bad.
Oh yeah, you can.
Put you there. Okay. All right. So, after you guys find the food to your liking, he says, "Now I believe I've introduced myself, but as you can see, we're not alone tonight. Might I introduce you to my wives?" And he points to the
Okay.
right, to this woman here. This is Anastasia. And then he points to his left. Ludmila. and Volenta.
Ooh.
I'll show you pictures of each. And
Polygamy is apparently
Hmm?
alive and well.
I'll tell you, man. Everybody wants to be Strahd. This guy lives a life, man. Okay.
I know, right? Where do I sign up?
Fuck.
Hmm.
You guys
It's
drink.
a very red wine in her glass there. To match her red lips.
All the better to. I don't know.
Oh, okay. He's got a nice diverse selection of wine. What the hell? Is she wearing that mask right now?
He is.
Um.
Okay then.
Okay, is it a
Um,
mask though? Because her hair is covering it.
That's
It is a
true.
It is a mask.
Okay.
It is a mask.
And what is she doing? Oh boy. Oh
And she's sitting
boy.
beside me. Oh my god.
She's like gnawing on her own lip. What the frick? Okay.
Maybe she's wiping off the blood or something.
Also, there's no blood. She's just probably.
Oh, okay, okay.
There's no blood. There's
That
no
There's no
ma-
blood. Got it.
Can we tell what type of skull that is?
Oh, that kind of looks.
Yeah. You can roll a nature check.
Okay. Hold on. I refresh, so I need to bring my.
Roll with disadvantage.
Remember.
Yeah,
these
I
are-
know. Steven.
Don't forget the disadvantage.
While she's rolling, I'd like to.
What was
address
this? A religion check? Did you say?
Nature.
Nature.
Nature. Okay. 13.
Yeah. You do not know what this creature is. It's not something native to your lands.
Okay. Well, as long as it's not me. As long
No,
as
it's
it's
not a dragon. No. It looks,
Does
long
it
as it's not
look
a
familiar
dragonborn.
to us though?
it looks
Somehow.
kind of almost lupine, but it doesn't have the nostril of a wolf, but it's
Oh, what?
Interesting.
Oh, is it Greg's?
it's graceful.
How dare you? Though he
Sorry.
would want to be worn by a hot woman, so I can't blame him.
Valento's wearing Greg. Okay, so
I'd like to make a comment about how it's so weird to be surrounded by all these beautiful women. How lucky of a man you are, Strahd.
And beautiful men. And I look at. Wait, is Escher in here?
yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he's
at the
in
top
there.
there.
I'll say, and beautiful men, and I'll look pointedly at
Oh my
Escher.
god, please seduce him.
And good luck.
Says, "Why, thank you, and I value the opinion of women very greatly.
Okay. And I would like to look in the direction of Olinta. Was this supposed to be a masquerade dinner? That is a very interesting mask that you're wearing.
She doesn't answer your question, so Strahd doesn't in your stead. He says, "Apologies, Valenta's very shy. The mask she wears is a bit of her own art and craft.
Oh.
Valenta, you see, is my personal spy, as well as my, let's say, I'm a man that leads with the right hand. However, sometimes the left hand must strike from the shadows. Valenta's my left hand, and she has taken a liking to collecting the bones of her victims."
Okay.
I too
Very
collect the
well.
bones of my victims.
There, you're made to be together. There you go.
Good
Astor and
lord.
Valenta.
Want to elbow Astor?
He was already dead. He was stuffed.
he was a he was moving.
Not
The skin
really.
was enchanted.
It's
He
okay.
wasn't.
It's okay.
Oh my
Fine.
god.
Okay, so let's move this dinner along. Strahd asks you all a question as you're eating. He asks, I'm sure you must have many questions. If not, I have many to ask you.
Oh.
But it is customary for the guests to ask theirs first. Do you have any questions for me about myself, my land, why I've invited you here?
Why have you invited us here?
What did you say?
Why have you invited us here? Why do you invite us here?
He says multiple reasons. First and foremost, I like to be informed and know who enters my domain. Are they friend or foe? But more importantly, I try to ensure that my land is as welcoming as possible to newcomers. For I believe that I have much to gain from friendships from people from other worlds. And he mentions the word other world, right?
He
and
did find
says,
that currency from the other world.
That's true.
Yeah. You see, I'm a connoisseur of knowledge, both from my world and worlds beyond. The only way I can maintain understanding of what happens beyond the mists that surrounds my land is by meeting people such as you, sharing stories, experiences, learning new traditions, understanding new faiths and religions, but also understanding people's motivations, their goals, their desire. I believe there's much to gain by us working together, achieving our individual goals. Surely you've come to my land for a reason, for a purpose. And I'm sure that in I helping you, there are most likely things you could do for me. Does that answer your question, Sparrow?
Sure.
He's staying cryptic, of course, but I mean,
Yeah, that's a lot of words to say, not a lot.
Yeah. Hmm.
I'd like to ask him if he sent the caravan of what were they?
Oh,
the horsemen?
no, he means the
The people outside of Daggerford.
The
Yeah.
the caravan.
Oh, the Vistani. The Vistani.
Yeah.
Vistani.
Yes. You familiar with them?
or Lady Daggerford.
He says, I do not know this lady Daggerford you speak of. I know very much about the people that you've met that helped you cross into my domain. The people that you speak of are the Vistani. And they are my people just as much as any Barovia. They are my connection. They run the network between my world and those beyond. They are actually the only people in my lands that are capable of crossing the mist. For not even I am able to escape my domain.
Interesting. Not sure what that means. I would like to ask, what do you know about Durst Manor or the Durst family?
Uh, Elizabeth and Gustav Durst. Well, when I founded Barovia over, 500 years ago.
Excuse me, 500 years ago?
What?
Yes.
Well, I guess it doesn't really strike as a shock because we do have races that go over, like,
True, but doesn't
The-
Strahd appear human? Like, doesn't he appear to be a human?
He appears human, but he does have pointy ears, although all of his consorts, equal, like, including Escher, some hide it more than others. Like, for example, Escher has longer hair, you couldn't really see, you can see glimpse of his pointy ears. But they're not pointy ears like elves.
Yeah.
They like to be elongated human ears. But yes, he does appear mostly human, with the exception of his ears. Although Strahd, I mean, I should probably show you a picture of him. Actually, I should. Show you pictures of everybody but Strahd. Here's a picture of Strahd. This is probably the better one. There we go. Obviously, so he's a very tall man. He's about 6'4", 6'5".
I guess that's
lean,
cool.
but you can see the man's athletic. So this is a guy who has maintained in good shape. Not bad for a 500-year-old bloke, but he's also very pale-skinned, as you can see. Very white, pale skin. And one thing that strikes you odd, as you can see in that picture, and he doesn't hide it, the organ reflects a lot of the light, and even reflects things in the room. But oddly enough, you all notice that his own reflection is not reflected by the glassy surface of the organ. The man bears no reflection, which is odd to say the least. So,
Can I recall if there's anything that I would know that would have the same properties, any kind of creature or magic?
with just that, it's going to be hard, but you can roll for it for sure. Roll a religion check with disadvantage.
Oh, they're both 9.
Wow. So 10 total? Yeah. Okay. No, you do not recall a creature specifically based on those traits. You need more information.
I'd like to interject while he's talking. Pardon the interruption. You said you have ruled over this land for 500 years?
Yes. Indeed.
I am
More than
not
500 actually.
I am not very familiar with this land and all that reside into it. What is your background?
You wish to know my story?
Of course. I do not know humans very well, but I did not think that they lived to be that long.
I'm flattered that you're interested in my history and the history of my land. However, this could be a very long evening. There's many things to talk about, I suppose. But would you want me to continue and answering your previous question about the Durst?
Yes, please.
So, as I said, 500 years ago, the Durst were among the first noblemen of my lands. They were those, the only family members who had the knowledge and, quite frankly, the wealth to set the major farmlands in my domain. These farmlands were crucial to feeding my army as well as my people. However, as the mist swept across my land, a A great famine followed suit shortly thereafter. And unfortunately, the Durst's lands, just as it's my people, started to wither slowly. Until eventually, all of it died. And with loss of purpose, well, the Durst family turned to me for assistance. But the Durst family were also extremely prideful. When they were wealthy and well positioned within my court, they frowned upon me, even showing a lack of respect. So when they came to me for assistance in their dire need, I felt that they had to prove their worth in order to obtain my assistance. And while Elizabeth Durst was very kind to me, Gustav and I were never able to see eye to eye. The man was far too prideful. Probably one of the most prideful men I've ever met in my life. He refused my assistance. Only when his children, only when his children's safety was becoming a concern to him, did he suddenly change his tone. But at that point, I had no interest in helping him. He had multiple chances to prove his worth and show proper respect to me and to my family, and he has failed to do so. And so I've refused to help him. For if I would have helped him, it would have sent a very bad precedent to the rest of the people, to the rest of my noblemen. For a kingdom such as mine to survive, respect is of utmost importance, especially in front of our peers. Unfortunately, Gustav made the wrong decision of dishonoring me in front of his peers. And for that, he had to pay. Does that answer your question?
I killed his dog.
Wait, that was.
I just
Jesus
want him to
Christ.
know that
You didn't kill.
one of us did.
He
We
wasn't
killed his
alive.
dog.
Technically, the dog was dead, but
Yes.
It was already dead.
it was already dead.
It definitely was already dead.
So, Sakura, he answered the question somewhat, but he didn't explain really what happened to the Durst
Right.
household, right? Like, why is it cursed? He speaks about, like, why they didn't see eye to eye and why he didn't help them, right? That would explain
Mhm.
why he wrote the letter that he did in response to Gustav's, right?
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't explain exactly what happened to the Durst household. But anyways, you can always pry more if you want. It's up to you. Or if you want to go on the other line of questioning, which is the history of him and explain how it is that he's been ruling over this place for 500 years, up to you.
I do have a slightly different question.
Okay.
While we were in the Durst Manor, we explored it pretty thoroughly. And we found an interesting letter from the, and I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong, the burgomaster of Barovia, Kalyana Enderovich.
Yeah, and you found that letter outside. You found that letter on a messenger that died just before you fought the
yes.
wolves, right? Yeah.
Yes.
No
He
worries.
said that his adopted daughter was bitten by a vampire. vampire? Or he suspected that she was bitten by a vampire. I'm not
Oscar,
sure what
you
that
can
means.
Oscar, you can re-roll a religion check now. Disadvantage. DC changes slightly now.
Okay.
Since you've ruled over this land for so long,
Okay.
maybe you might be able to explain what that might mean.
I would have to see the letter you speak of, but in terms of vampire, local superstition, nothing more.
What kind of superstition is it?
Folk tales of creatures of the night that prey on the innocent.
Well, luckily none of us here are innocent.
What
Second,
kind
I
of
just wanna roll
innocence are you speaking of?
How do I roll this thing? Can I roll this?
Does anyone have that letter still? Did anyone keep that?
Wow, it works. Okay, cool.
It should be.
Oh,
in
well,
the
yeah,
lore
I know.
channel.
It's in the lore, but did anyone keep the physical letter?
Oh.
Did you want to see a letter in game, or you're just wondering who has it?
I just wondered who. I know it's in the channel because I
Okay.
read it earlier. I just was wondering if anybody had it on their person to show Strahd.
Oh, I don't think I do.
Well, I'm sure you guys have it. Doesn't matter who. But say, for example, let's say I think it's Talia that found it because she's the one who found the body.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So
What session was this?
I
I don't
can-
remember this letter.
it was like session 3, maybe.
When we
I
found
scrolled way up in the
Yeah.
cause lore.
those letters.
Yeah, but I remember what the issue was is because
Oh, I think Talia was
Well-
out that game.
yeah, Llama was gone. It was my friend
Yeah.
Medora who played Talia that game.
That's
So
Yes.
yeah, Talia is the one who has the letter. I can
Okay.
can share the letter again.
Yeah.
Share in the handouts.
I would be happy to take it and show it to Strahd. What is a burgomaster? That's I think burgermaster.
Welcome to Burger King.
Does he make really good burgers? I could go for a nice burger right now.
Yeah, put it. Where's the letter?
It's way I had to scroll way up in cause lore. It's in there though. I can probably
You
find
can
it
use
again.
the search bar. Hopefully that'll work.
It is. Hold on.
Oh, one second. It's
It is the very. I
Got
think
it.
it's the very. Yeah, it's
Got
the
it.
very, very fancy writing.
Right here.
okay. You guys should be able to see it now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's different. Okay.
And I can read it to you. Hail to thee of might and valor. I am a lowly servant of Barovia, sent honor to thee. We plead for thy desperately needed assistance. The love of my life, Irina Kolyana, has been afflicted by an evil so deadly that even the good people. Oh, one second.
Slightly different than the one that was originally
It is
posted.
different. Yeah. Okay. Refer
Yeah,
to the one that
just-
was posted then. Yeah.
Yeah, it says, my adopted daughter, the fair Irina Kalyana, has been these past nights bitten by a vampire. For over 400 years, this creature has drained the lifeblood of my people. Now my dear Irina languishes and dies from an unholy wound caused by this vile beast. He has become too powerful to conquer. So I say to you, give us up for dead and encircle this land with the symbols of good. Let holy men call upon their power that the devil may be contained within the walls of weeping Barovia. Leave our sorrows to our graves and save the world from this evil fate of ours. There is much wealth entrapped in this community. Return for your reward after we are all departed for a better life. Kalyan Einderovich, Burgomaster.
So, do you show him this letter, or you read it to him?
I'll show it to him.
Okay. So he, as you, when you stand up to bring him the letter, he lifts up his hand. He says, "Do not mind, my dear." And a skeletal, spectral hand appears and moves towards you and grabs the letter and brings it to you.
Great.
Weird flex, but okay.
And with the spectral hand, he holds the letter in front of him, and as he drinks, he reads it. And while he's reading the letter, one of the brides, so the one that's sitting to the right, so this woman here.
Which one is that? Anastasia?
Anastasia, yes.
Mm-hmm.
She looks at you, Sakura, and she's been looking at you for quite a while, you notice.
Oh, hello.
And she looks at you and says, "Pardon me if I'm direct, but I can't help but wonder what manner of creature are you?"
Oh. I am Dragonborn.
Ah, interesting. I've never seen your kind before. I've seen lizard folk, but I knew you were different somehow.
I am very strong. Would you like to feel my muscles?
Oh, man.
She says, "Maybe later." But I have a question though. Do you
Sure.
Do you breathe the elements such as dragons do?
Do I breathe the elements?
Mm-hmm.
Do I?
Well, you do have a breath weapon.
Yeah, I do have dragon's breath.
Yeah. It's basically what she said.
Yes, I do. I am a green dragon.
Fascinating. Yet you walk on 2 feet.
I do.
But bear a tail all the same. Claws and
Yes.
fangs such as a beast.
But no wings.
No wings.
No wings.
So the black woman at the top here comments. She says, "So are we to believe that your father was a dragon who sired a human?"
No. That's Dragonborn is a race unto itself.
Interesting. At that moment, Strahd returns the letter with a spectral hand to you, Talia, or Sakura. I'm not too sure who has it, but anyways, I'll give it back to Talia because she's the one who had it.
Yeah.
He said, "It would appear that Kolyan is not in the best of spirits, but he is indeed the burgomaster of the village of Barovia, the village you've crossed on the way here. It seems he is not well. Neither is his daughter. But as I said, mention of vampire is local superstition. Although I do not doubt that he is concerned that indeed something is amiss with his daughter. I do not know what exactly it could be.
Maybe test this theory of a vampire. Like, just to test. I'm curious.
Oh, trust me. They're real. I've seen them.
You say this aloud, Talia?
Yes.
Seen the vampire?
I've seen them before. Many years ago.
What
Yeah.
is what is vampire?
Vampires, they drink the blood of people to turn them into their slaves. They did that to my family.
Oh shit.
And then Talia reveals her neck, reveals a long scar across her neck where her throat
Oh
was.
shit.
Oh my.
Oh shit.
This is news to everybody. Talia's opening up. Okay. So yeah, and this is shows a lot of interest to many people in the room. Actually, Talia.
Well, you probably should
So-
cover up.
You really just want to
So-
call them. You really just want to call them superstition. Yet I lived through this shit.
Do you know how to test if they are vampires or vampire?
Wouldn't know how to test it. Still a miracle I survived that night.
Fuck.
Shit
Yes.
is wild.
Is Strahd reacting to this at all?
He looks at. He's been fixating on Talia very much as she is telling her story. He asks Talia then, "Are you implying that creatures from your world are preying on my citizen?"
Sounds possible. I mean, if we were able to come over to your world, who's to say vampires didn't come over as well?
Quite
Good
possible.
point.
Interesting. Well, it's quite funny that you bring the topic of Irina Kolyana. I'd like to speak about her a bit more later, when we get to the second part of the evening, and we will be discussing business, so to speak. For now, I'd like to keep things light as much as possible. Wouldn't want the dinner to ruin your appetite. And he makes a gesture to Rahadin, who then gestures to one second, forgot her name, Helga.
Helga.
Too many NPCs. To get ready and serve the second course.
More wine. I am pleased.
Wait, there's more.
Talia takes a big gulp of wine to calm her nerves.
May I refill my bottles? And wineskins.
By the way, a few bottles of wine are circling, new bottles of wine are circling, and you guys notice that this is wine from your world.
Oh, okay.
It's actually wine from
Oh.
Daggerford.
How did you
Nice.
come upon this?
The
I say that a lot.
Vistani, as they cross the wars, bring back numerous delicacies. The best of the worlds have to offer.
I have a question about the Vestani. How did we get separated from them when we crossed?
Well, I wasn't there for this session, so I missed all of that.
Oh, okay. Well, he says the Vistani hold special powers and secrets that allow them to travel through the mist. Fortunately, I am not privy to their talents, nor do I understand how they function. But despite their unique abilities, they're not without flaws. There's always a risk in traveling through the mists, even for the Vistana. Vistana is plural for Vistani. Yeah. So it's possible that they got lost just as you have. Who can say?
Indeed.
Are
So-
they
oh.
alive? Do you know if they're alive today?
Well, I cannot speak for the Vistani who accompanied you here. However, I can tell you that Vistani live very peacefully and well on my land.
Do you know where to find them at least?
I do. Why do you seek the Vistana? I'm not sure if you guys remember who you were instructed to meet when you got
I
here.
don't remember, honestly.
Definitely don't.
Everyone know?
We were supposed to meet somebody. I remember they were sent to bring us
Yeah.
to that person.
Yeah, they were sent to bring you to this woman called Madame Eva.
Right.
Madame Eva is the name she was given, and she was to explain everything as to why you were brought here. Apparently.
Was that the tarot card reader?
Yep.
Okay.
Whether or not you want to share this with Strahd is up to you, but he just asks if you are seeking the Vistani.
Yes. We have to get back to them.
See. Well, they have an encampment that I know of near the Strahd Falls. The falls that you've undoubtedly crossed on your way here. Below the bridge. Near the river where the fall seeps into. You'll find our encampment there. So, as the bisque that you've all eaten is cleared away, it's replaced by a plate of sliced tender beef, drizzled in dark sauce and framed with vibrant green. And placed between each of your bowls, each of your plates are bowls of freshly baked bread, still warm from the oven, and pads of freshly churned butter.
Oh. Oh, that sounds delicious.
He says, but all this talk about being lost following the Vistani, Durst, households, vampires. How about a bit of a joke to lighten the mood?
Sure.
He says, oh boy, you're gonna love this one. Okay.
Oh no.
I plan to show you around the castle after dinner. You'll find that Castle Livernoth has a very extensive library. Why, I was reading a book the other day about a undead dog. It was very difficult to put down. Only Sakura laughs? Okay.
No, I'm just dying inside.
You guys can hear Strahd mumble, tough crowd. Alright. So, he says, why, I don't think we'll have enough of the evening to go through all of our topics of discussion. I would like to keep the best for dessert, which is my questions. But you did inquire about the history of my land. Would you like me to educate you about a brief history of Barovia?
I have a
Sure.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Not in game. So, did he
Oh.
eat any of that at all?
No, nobody's eating but you guys.
I would like to ask you first. Why are you not eating with us? I feel like you
Your food
poisoned
is-
our food or something because
Oh.
you're not eating
Oh.
with us.
Oh wow, just going right for it.
Oh yeah, dude.
The food is quite tasty.
It is
It's very
quite tasty,
delicious.
yes, but
Hmm.
it makes
Why
me
are you
wonder.
not-
Cyanide.
Since we're already on the second course and you're still not eating, so
Yep. Yeah, sure. He's drinking though, but he says, well, it is quite late. I tend to feed much sooner in the evening.
It's about dinner time.
About 7.
Yeah, that's dinner time. I mean, that's dinner time for us.
Mm-hmm.
Not very late.
He says he already fed.
Interesting. He already fed, not ate.
Fed.
Already
That is
fed.
quite the word. to use.
Interesting. And what did you have for dinner? You prepared this beautiful feast for us.
He says, I'm on a liquid diet.
Of course.
Is
he
that
is.
how you
Oh my
stay
God.
so shapely?
Then he starts laughing. He just says, another joke. But then he changes the subject. But then he changes the subject and he says, do you wish to hear the story of my land?
I've got jokes.
I have a
Got a tight
question.
5 at the Laugh Factory.
Okay, yeah.
My first question about your land is when we were in the death house, we kept hearing, he is ancient, he is the land. Is that you?
It is. I am the ancient, I am the land.
Why were they chanting that?
Many people have tried to attract my attention, gain my favor across the years, across the centuries. They will go to great depths to attain it. Some believed I was a powerful sorcerer, while I do dabble in magic, and still do. I'm not too sure if I am what people purport me to be.
Do you know why Durst Manor was... It seemed to be enchanted in some way. Do you know how that happened or what that was?
He says, another very somber topic, but intricately tied to the story of my land. Perhaps if I delve more into the history of Barovia, all will be clearer.
Interesting.
Basically
Would you
saying
like
that
to hear it? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
he's just basically telling you that by going through the story of Barovia, you most likely will be able to understand what happened to Durstman.
Gotcha.
Okay. I'm all ears.
Yeah, go on. We'd love to hear your
I mean,
story.
I don't have ears, but yes.
I mean, you do. Well, I mean, yeah.
you know, birds don't. Oh
So,
yeah, there's ear
Yeah.
holes.
So,
I'm
by the
all
way,
ear
we're all
holes.
ear holes. What we're gonna do for tonight, we're gonna finish through with the dinner, and we'll probably continue the game, the rest of the game next week. But is everybody having fun so far? Is this cool?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great.
it? Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here he goes with the story. So it says, prior to becoming the count of this domain, I was a prince, a soldier, as well as a conqueror. After the death of my father, King Barov, I waged a long, bloody war against my father's enemies. My army and I cornered the last of these enemies in a remote mountain valley before slaying them all in one final bout. After my victory, I named the valley Barovia, after the name of my late father. And I was struck by its scenic beauty. And so I decided to settle here and create and construct Castle Ravenloft. My mother, who had been a widow for more than a decade at the time, longed to be reunited longed to have all of her family reunited once more. It would felt difficult to accept such time of peace without family. And so I invited all of my family to come and live with me in Castle Ravenloft. This was a little over 500 years ago. However,
Damn.
my mother was suddenly assassinated on the way to Castle Ravenloft.
Oh.
And my younger brother was the only one who made it here. As peace presided over my domain for the better part of the next decade or so, I grew tired and weary. I was nearing my late 40s, and I had washed all my youth in battle, fighting enemies, never living the life I hoped I would have lived. I saw my young brother Sergei. He was all I wanted to be. Young, charismatic, full of energy, vibrant. I realized I've watched everything, fighting what I thought was an important struggle. In the end, it ensured the peace of my lands, the peace of my people, and it brought honor to my late father. However, when I called on the nobles back to the land, after they all fled during the times of war, I would say that the company felt hollow. And I started suspecting that the people who were responsible for my mother's demise were potentially hiding amongst my court. And that theory soon proved to be true, as on the night of the wedding of my young brother, the Dislisnia family, the traitorous dogs, they struck, murdered my brother, and his wife.
Red
And
wedding.
in the process, tried to kill me. Almost did. They murdered all the other noble families. Had it not been for my research into the dark arts, and a very unholy a bargain that I've struck with a powerful how do I say this? A powerful dark entity. I would probably have succumbed to the same fate as the rest of the noble that night. But I survived my wounds. I was granted immortality, no longer aging, and I was able to fight back the accursed Dislisnia. But the bargain had a heavy price. You see, by accepting the bargain, unknown to me, it would have damned my lands for all eternity. Shortly after surviving the assassination attempt and fighting back the forces that had slaughtered all of the nobles of my court, mist consumed the castle, and then the valley, and eventually all of Barovia. A mist that divided my lands and myself from the outside world. A mist that to this day, as you have witnessed, continues to engulf my lands. An accursed mist, mist that brings despair, that curses everything it touches. A mist that brings nothing but misery. The mist is my curse. At the same time, the curse of all who live and dwell within my domain, including the Durst family, who were undoubtedly cursed because of the effects of the mist. So the reason I brought you here is I want new alliances that would help me break this curse, save my land. And for that I need valiant heroes. People that are not afraid of the dark. People that are ready to brave the mist. And all the terrifying secrets that lie within. Thus is a short but yes somber story in history of my lineage and my lands. And as the main course is removed, it's then replaced by saucers topped with an arrangement of fresh fruits.
Ooh.
The bright reds and yellows of the berries, picked at the height of their seasons, stand in stark contrast to the darkness of the castle. The sweetness, nectar from the fruit, lightens your spirits after this somber tale.
Ooh.
And now, Strahd turns to you once more and asks, "But enough of me and my land. Now I wish to learn of you. I do not even know your name. Much less your story."
I will stand up and introduce myself. I am Osthor O'Dare, entertainer extraordinaire. And then I'll whip out my drums and play a little
God.
ditty.
Oh, please don't. I'm gonna take a long sip of my wine and roll my eyes.
Alright, do a performance check.
Yeah, with disadvantage.
Yes,
Oh,
I
no.
hope this goes very
Oh.
poorly.
Oh my gosh.
Yes!
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Wait, do I have
Oh my
insight
god.
or inspiration?
You don't, unfortunately.
Don't
already
use your
used them, I
inspiration to play drums, Steve or Osthor.
Well, don't encourage me to spite myself.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
yeah.
You try your best to put on a nice performance, Oscar, but the pain of your wounds, your head, and your weakness that you succumbed, right? The weakness that was inflicted on you when you were fighting the undead, the ghouls. It weighs too heavily on you. You're unable to play as well as you would normally. But the pain in your face is obvious.
The horror.
Strahd just basically says, "Please,
Please stop.
do not strain yourself. I can see that you have suffered less of late. I can only imagine how difficult the perils of the Durst Manor must have been like."
I clap sarcastically.
I lost my two best friends in there, you know.
Oh my god.
You barely
I don't even
knew
know
them, or
what you're. I don't even know who you're. Are you talking about your cape that you lost? Who are you?
Oh my
No!
god!
You've forgotten about Nigel already?
Oh, wow.
Nigel
well,
and Greg.
Oh, you still have Greg, don't you? I mean, you have his paw.
His life force has faded. That's all that's left.
It was never there to begin with.
Yeah,
I
it
know,
was
right?
never- yeah.
Are you guys having this conversation in front of the count?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Why not? Let them see us, warts and all.
Yeah. And I start petting on Rufus.
You can just hear Rahadin from the back just going, pipe down kind of thing, you know? Enough of the meaningless banter.
Mm.
He says, while fascinating as it is, you haven't told me much about yourself, Austin. And I'm much intrigued, for I've never met a tiefling
Mm.
in the flesh before.
Ooh. Emphasis on flesh.
Well, you know, biologically related to some guy frozen in a, layer of hell somewhere. No big deal. Doesn't define who I am. I've made my mark playing songs and doing little ditties for people. Quite famous, you know.
You truly believe that your bloodline holds no sway over your... Well, holds no sway over you.
I don't think it needs to.
Nature versus nurture. The eternal dilemma.
Interesting. And what about you, my dear? You seem to have been through quite the ordeal. As he looks at you, Tom.
Oh boy.
Apologies, Count von Zarevich, but it's not a topic I would like to discuss any further.
I see. I do not wish to open wounds, but nonetheless, might I know the name of such a beautiful elf?
Oh.
Talia.
Oh,
When the
snap.
slow jam's playing, cause it's gonna be crazy.
Oh, snap.
He looks at you deeply, Talia.
Truly. Truly, madly, deeply.
No, he just gazes at her. Seems very, not infatuated, but definitely enthralled by you, Talia. It's a little uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we're all uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You don't have the dude staring at you now, do ya?
Okay. So, did you get that, my friend?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Boy. Awkward silence.
Oh, there's your roll.
Perfect.
Oh boy. Roll for seduction.
This is a pretty song.
Yeah.
So he says he asks you one thing, Talia. he says. You have very peculiar traits. Dark, very dark hair. Fine. Beautiful white skin. But those eyes. Purple eyes. Very unique.
Well, someone seems interested.
Oh, I'm more than interested, my dear. But
Excuse me.
some other time, perhaps. I
Talia
want to know-
Talia gives a little wink to Strahd.
What the fuck? A wink?
That just
I
This is
look at
happening.
Talia. I look at Talia and I, in shock.
Yeah, there's a definitely sudden change in demeanor from Talia. She seems smiley, perky, especially when looking at Strahd.
Uh-oh. Talia, are you alright?
I'm next to Talia, aren't I?
Yeah.
You are.
All right, I would like to place my hand on Talia and look at her questioningly, forcing eye contact.
Okay. Roll
Like-
a insight check.
Oh.
This is
Okay. Of course. Well, good thing my wisdom is 0. Oh god, are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Well,
Bro!
wouldn't a nat 20 just become a nat 20 even with disadvantage?
No,
Fucking
Oh,
kidding
man.
me, bro.
Oh, sad.
It's fucked up.
Unfortunately, you just don't understand why Talia's like this. It's so not like her. Makes no sense.
Does she continue to look at Strahd, or does she react at all to me trying to get her attention?
No, she reacts to you for sure. But as much as
Sakura,
possible,
what are you
she looks at you. She looks back at Strahd whenever she can, but she reacts to you. Yeah.
I would like to just whisper a wink.
What? He's cute.
Okay, I can't argue with that. He is cute.
So
He's very cute.
Strahd turns to you, Sparrow, and he says,
Oh.
"And you, my dear, I've never seen a creature such as you. I've seen creatures similar to you, but what are you exactly?"
Well, I am of the Arakokra race. Obviously, you can see that I am a bird.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I have a question. How is Rufus reacting to all this?
He's very quiet. But Rufus has been surprisingly quiet all evening. Very strange of him.
Does he seem uneasy though, or something?
Now that you look at it, he's looking at Strahd, and he's looking at Strahd, and he's not looking away at Strahd.
Oh, okay. All right, continue. Sorry.
Which is weird. Your dog doesn't stop looking at Strahd. It's really weird. But he's very calm. He's not wagging his tail. He's not wagging his tail. His tongue's not out. He's just standing very calmly and looking at Strahd, which is a little weird and creepy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Now you just notice it. Now that you look at Rufus, you just notice it.
Yeah. Do I make him face me, you know, like a baby.
Yeah. He responds, like he lets you do it, but he's trying to move his head back as much as possible to continue looking at Strahd.
Oh,
Very weird.
okay then.
Like he's not forcing against you, but he's slowly trying to move away from you, right? So unless you keep him, prevent him from.
Oh yeah, I prevent him. That's for sure. I need
You
to.
don't want him to look. You don't want him to look at Strahd.
I'll just keep him on my lap.
Yeah, he stays on your lap. He's always turning towards.
Yeah, he can look at Strahd.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So, what do you tell? Do you tell anything else to Strahd about your kind?
My wings have purpose. I do fly. What would you like to know?
Well, simply must have been very cramped in Earth's manner for you. Must feel good to be free once more.
Very insightful.
Yes, absolutely. It was, yes. I am very glad I'm free again to roam the skies.
I'm sorry that Barovia's skies are not as pretty, I imagine, as the skies from your homeland.
You are right, but it is still free space. I'm not going to lie.
But if I may suggest, Mount Caucasus this time of year is beautiful. I'd recommend that you swoop whenever you have a chance towards the peaks of the mountains there. There you'll see the most beautiful view of all of Barovia. Breathtaking.
I would like that.
Funny he would know that. I mean, unless he went up the peaks. But,
Oh, yeah,
Interesting.
you're right.
it's pretty high up for a human. But anyway.
How did you get up there by any chance?
You ask him how he got there?
Mhm.
He says, I am a mage of certain abilities. Let's put it that way. Flying is as easy as walking for me. Or maybe riding a horse. With the proper magical spell, of course.
I'd like to interject and see if there's anything he could teach me, and I'll throw up a little dazzle of
Good lord.
prestidigitation.
Cool. He says, I see you're also a follower of the arcane arts. Do you study magic, by any chance?
I do when I can. I know a few things here and there that I've picked up.
But you don't study magic.
What do you mean by that?
Do you read books to learn magic? Or how do you know magic?
I picked it up on the streets.
No.
Right.
So your magic's granted to you by an entity, right? With whom you've made a pact.
Yes.
That's what you are, right? But you don't have to tell him that. I'm just saying, just so you know how you gain access to magic is through Mandifa, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. Okay. So, do you want to share that with him or not?
Sure, we can share him.
So what are you telling me then?
Uh,
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure, I was granted magical powers by all-powerful sea goddess in exchange for saving sea life.
Ah, how benevolent of her to share this gift with you. Did you make a pact with this being?
I
Right.
did.
See. So it seems I'm not the only one who has made pacts with powerful entities. We have much in common.
Maybe we could double date with our bonds.
What the fuck?
In fact,
What is wrong?
one of the one of the superstitions of my people, who unfortunately don't often see me face to face. I tend to rely on my burgomasters to share my decrees and my political decisions on my behalf. And so, and the reason I do this is because I have many enemies. But there's a price to not meddling with your own people, and it's that they create stories about you. Such as the one alluded in the letter you presented about Vampire. But I go by multiple different names. One of which is that I dabble in nefarious arcane arts. And some go as far as to call me the Devil Strahd.
Ooh.
I wonder what they'll think of you when they see you for the first time, my friend. For you also dabble in similar arts. But you look far more the devil than I.
Oh,
It's true.
he got to there. I mean,
It is
if the devil is annoying, then
I have something of a burger master too.
Oh boy.
oh,
Strahd
I
chuckles.
specifically said it like that. We have been drinking. It's fine.
Strahd chuckles.
okay.
Perhaps if you had some spare charcoal laying around.
Well, if charcoal you require, I'll have plenty, but I have far more interesting things than charcoal to show you, Astor.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Well,
I tip
What
my
a-
hat to him.
What a fun, sexy time for you.
But of
Better
course
me than
not.
Talia.
And now, what was I going to say? Yes, but certainly not. So, what was I going to say? Man, I forgot. Anyways,
We broke him.
I'll rephrase. I'll just say, and you, my dear, we keep the best for last.
Oh.
Dragonborn, you said you were, correct?
That is correct.
Tell us about you. What is a Dragonborn, more specifically, besides your obvious physical qualities?
What do you mean by that question? Besides my more physical qualities,
What,
what would you like to know?
what does a Dragonborn believe in?
Well, that depends on the Dragonborn.
Then
Some
what
of
do you
them,
believe in.
I believe in my axe. That is about it. I do not worship any god. Or lack of gods, even.
So your fate is your own, no one else. Correct?
Correct. Yes. I do not like to follow the rules of gods or what they decree us to do. I believe that fate is what you make.
Not surprising. A half-dragon creature that takes matters in her own hands. And I suppose a powerful warrior at that.
I like to think so.
I would have certainly been very lucky to have you as part of my army when I was fighting the Turks all those years ago.
Are the Turks who assassinated your mother?
Apologies. The Turks were my father's enemies. They tried to conquer the lands of my father over 500 years ago. They're the ones who had claimed most of Barovia that I took back. However, the people who've murdered my mother were a cult of deadly assassins called the Barversi, and they were hired by the Dislinia family, who out of jealousy and scorn wanted the revenge on my parents. In the process, after killing my mother, decided that they wanted more blood, and so they took it on me and my young brother and his wife. It's a shame I did not have you at my side, Sakura, but I'm sure you would have prevented many deaths that day. What I've seen a glimpse of your martial prowess when you fought the shadows, the catacombs of Earthspan. All of you impressive, but your resilience is uncanny.
I believe in protecting those that can't protect themselves.
A very noble quality.
Occasionally.
Well, with that, Rondine speaks up and says, "Will there be anything else, my lord?" No, I believe it's time for us to move to the next part of tonight's celebration. Castle Leverloft doesn't have many guests. Would you do me the honors of indulging me in a tour of my castle?
Sure.
If you want.
Of course.
Calm down, Talia.
Excuse me, do you have something to say?
Girl, you thirsty.
I mean, look at him.
I mean, point. Can't argue with you there, but I mean, Ozthor's not that bad, right?
Alright. So, as everybody stands up, all of his three wives, Anastasia, Ludmila, and Valenta, they all bow to you, and they'll say, "It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance." And they step up and they leave. And as your plates and glasses and all the food is taken away from the table,
I grab a bottle of wine for Sparrow later.
Oh, thank you.
okay,
And I refill all my empty bottles and
you can put it in
wine
your.
skins and stuff.
You guys have been through a couple of bottles.
Yeah, we did.
So now
I need a
you've been
refill.
through all the Daggerford wine. Now you were actually in wine you've never drank before. It's decently good, and it's Red Dragon Crush is what it's called.
Oh.
Ooh, Red
Oh?
Dragon Crush. Okay.
And it's
Look.
definitely a wine from here because, or well, not sorry, it's definitely a wine that's not from Faerû. You've never seen it before. All right, so what I'll do now is put you guys in formation outside here. Rahadin will be in the back.
Come on, baby. Now let's get in formation.
I'll put you
Then you're
guys
going to
out-
roll for initiative.
Uh-oh.
and then you're gonna roll initiative. I'm just kidding. So, but you guys are walking with Strahd. So, Strahd steps out of the dining hall and grabs the torch on the left.
Ooh.
Now I'll get shedding bright light. Put that dynamic lighting on him. Bright light, 20 feet from the torch. And 20 feet of dim light. Yeah, that's that. What's the color? There it is. Okay, so Strahd should be emanating light now. Sparrow, your light source has probably faded after you guys have been here for more than an hour. But Strahd is illuminating lights, but if you want some extra light, anybody can cast light on you, whatever.
Okay.
But for now, we can leave it at this. Rahadin's just gonna follow. I don't think he's got any light source, does he? Oh, he doesn't. Really Strahd's doing than anybody else. Doesn't have any light source. Perfect. Just want to see what you see. Quick.
Do you see what I see?
Okay. So basically,
Not the carols again.
we're gonna walk through the castle. You guys are gonna turn here first. Why don't you guys put yourself in formation behind Strahd? Around here somewhere. Not sure if you guys can see. You guys can all move your characters up. Here, I just moved Sakura up.
I am going to unusually hang towards the back,
Okay, sure.
and I would like to indicate to Sparrow to be next to me.
I agree. Because I feel like Rufus is still acting weird. I think, right?
Because you're feeling what, sorry?
Rufus is still acting weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
So
still very much staring Strahd.
okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna be hanging back as well with Sakura.
Okay. Copy. Probably have to stop for tonight, but sec. Should see. This is the
Yeah,
right
it's
one.
late.
Yeah, it's late. Yeah,
It do be 3 a.m.
it is.
Time has gone by very quickly.
This is the visit.
Oh, sorry, Ziggy.
No, that's really creepy.
Yeah, this is gonna be the music. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll continue on from this point next week. I'll put Strahd here. It's gonna keep 10 feet between you. Okay, and Rahadin's like closing march here. There we go. Okay. Alright, so next game we will do the tour of the castle, and then Strahd wants to talk business. Let's talk about
Oh, boy.
serious things.
Darius.
He did mention he wanted to speak of potential collaboration.
Whatever that means.
Yeah. Alright, so I think we're going to conclude the game for tonight
Interarts.
here. Did you guys enjoy it? Was it good?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
A lot of fun.
That was.
So, Chapter 2, this is Chapter 2. Chapter 2 should be finished next game, 100%. Like,
Oh, that's a
Okay.
really short chapter.
yeah.
Yeah.
Chapter 3's, again, Chapter 3, you guys are going to have more free reign as to what you want to do. You'll have some leads, but you by no means have to follow them. You can do whatever you want. And you'll probably have access to Barovia, and you can go anywhere you want. So this is where
Very
Chapter
nice.
3 is where everything opens up. So, like I said, the core of the game has nothing to do with the style that you saw in Death House. Death House was to give you an idea of the feeling of what Curse of Strahd might be, but in no way is it going to play out like Death House. You'll have other crawls, no doubt about it, but they
Sure.
won't be just
Not-
dungeon crawls.
Yeah.
All right. And
Okay.
yeah, that's pretty much it. So
quick question before we all leave. Does the character sheet in Roll20 automatically, does it autosave?
Yes.
It does.
Okay.
It does.
Very cool.
So you guys can just close it, and it'll keep whatever last changes you've applied to it. All right. So with that note, I'm going to tell you guys. Well, wish you guys a good night. Thank you so much for being part of the game. It was great.
Oh,
I
yeah.
had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was very entertaining.
And yeah, let me know if so far if what you've seen addresses any of the concerns that you had when we from the questionnaire that I sent. I hope this addresses some of it.
I think our shift to Roll20 is going to help out quite a bit.
Cool.
Sure. Yeah. Agreed.
We won't have maps for every location, obviously, but I mean,
Yes.
whenever locations are important, I'll make sure to have a map. Okay.
Cool.
Perfect. Okay, well, you guys have a good night.
Very
And,
cool.
I
You
will-
too.
Night.
Have a good week, and we'll play next week.
Woohoo! Alrighty.
Woo.
Bye bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Okay, so let me switch my screens. Hold on a second. All right. So just me
So
left.
when-
Oh wait. Oh, Steve, you're still
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, no, I was just watching the stream. So when
When?
people leave the Discord, their character also leaves.
Yes. That's why
Yeah.
I needed you guys to join in first before I could add the avatars.
That is so cool.
Thank you. I know I was so excited when I was thinking about it. So that's why I'm telling the
Well,
chat that
I was like, that seems complicated, but if she wants to do it, go ahead. But it turned out amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Yeah. That's why I was asking chat also if they had anything they wanted to say or whatnot. So, yay. Anywho, also if you have any reviews as well, we can talk about what you like, what you don't like. I know I still have to
The
fix.
window thing is kind of weird with the chat,
Yeah.
but who knows? And I guess maybe some people, like even at least on my screen, it was hard to see.
Yeah, the purpose.
You did a good job, like showing what was going on.
Mhm.
Like you were navigating the Roll20 very well, but it's just a tiny box, so people may have trouble following.
Yeah. The purpose of that was like, if you're in an actual location physically together, so it's
okay.
it's like
that makes a little bit more sense.
And that's why I have the theater of the mind in parentheses in the title. So that's what I was going for. As far as the chat box behind the windows, it was like I'm thinking the viewers are viewing,
From outside.
yeah, like bystanders. So that was why.
I liked it all in all.
Oh,
You don't even have to change a thing, and I'd be happy.
Sweet.
So I was just trying to offer.
Yes, I really appreciate that. That way, it's the enjoyment of whoever's watching. And thank you, Antrim, as well. Yep, and Scott and Lotus. Steve, you're still there. And I think I have the others are lurking and probably asleep by now. Anyway.
Well, you guys have a great, night. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see who I can raid before I go to bed. There's quite a few people online, actually. Not a whole lot, but let's see. You know what? In light of Regiment, I think they're still
Bye, everyone.
streaming. Good night, Steve. Unless you guys have any suggestions on who to raid. Do you have anybody, Lotus? Let me do a quick shout out for Steve. Because he is also a streamer. And part of the PGang, which is a quick team. Let me look. Okay, I will wait for you. But yeah, so in terms for the ambience and music, that was all unscathed. Oh my gosh. Unscathed. That was the word I was trying to look for. Unscathed Hero. He also streams or streamed Final Fantasy VII. He was a speedrunner. And he streams still on the PGang channel. I don't remember what the PGang channel was. If Steve is still there. Well, I don't think so. But anyway. So, yeah. Let's see. Oh, shout out Unscathed Hero. There, Final Fantasy VII Remake. You don't have anybody? Okay, I have a few folks that are on my follow list. And you know what? Like I was saying earlier, I was just going to go with that then. Hold on. Because I did do this regiment stream for the first time today. And let's see. I can pass it forward to whoever is still streaming on Regiment. No, well, not the Regiment channel, but one of the members, actually. So let's see. There's a lot of people streaming right now. There's about 2,268 members for this team. Hold on. Okay, so... Or, hopefully some... Oh, wait. Dying Light 2 is kind of creepy. You guys want to go there? Or do you care at all? Excuse me. I hope you guys didn't hear my coughing. But yeah. No. Okay, I got somebody. Dude, this girl has really pretty eyes. Ooh, who? Who does? Nah, I was fine. Ah. What's... You had a cough? Yeah, I was, actively muting myself whenever I feel it. But sometimes I can't, you know, help it. So, yeah. That. Oh, Frag Artist. He's on. Let's see if I know anybody else. No. Doesn't look like I do. Yeah, let's go to Dying Light. Just to keep the creepiness going, if anybody's gonna stay up. Okay. Alrighty, folks. So we're going to HB12. He is currently playing Dying Light 2 right now, and he's also part of Regiment. So we're just going to pay that forward. The actress, pretty sure it's contacts, but I'll see if I can find a picture. Oh, there is a Korean actress. Her eyes are actually almost bright yellow. Well, no, not really yellow, but really light brown. It's startling, or startling, or whatever. Okay, so here are my raid messages. If you'd like to copy paste, I would appreciate it. If not, that's totally fine too. Up to you. No pressure. So we're gonna go raid HB12 and make a new friend tonight. All right. Well, I hope. I know I've heard your views, Lotus and Antram. But for the rest that are still here, I hope you enjoy the stream. I really appreciate that you stuck around. It was a very long session. But yeah, my Saturday evenings are going to be like this now. So I'll be streaming earlier and then Curse of Strahd at the end of the night. Okay, guys. Have a fantastic day, or have a fantastic night. Sweet dreams, sleep tight. And if you're on the other side of the world, have a great day. Thank you guys. Antrim, Lotus. Oh, and I literally just made this command. So much love to both of you and whoever's still lurking here. Thank you again, guys. Bye.